ओके। ओम वसुदेव सुतं देवं कंसचानूरमर्दनं देवकी परमानन्दं कृष्णं वन्दे जगद्गुरुं सदाशिवसमारम्भं शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तं वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्। नमः सभायै अयि मन्याः महत् मोदस्य विषयोऽयं यत् पश्चिमबङ्गस्य पूर्वमेदिनीपुरमण्डलान्तर्गतस्य काठीस्थस्य प्रभात कुमार महाविद्यालयस्य संस्कृत विभाग पक्षतः साम्प्रतिक विश्वस्य परिप्रेक्षितेन एकं द्विदिवसीय राष्ट्रियमान्तर्जालिकं चर्चासत्रं समायोजितम्। समायोजितेऽस्मिन् सत्रे उपस्थितेभ्यः सर्वेभ्यः स्वागतं सुस्वागतं व्याहरामि। अस्यां सारस्वत सभायां सभापति पदमलङ्कुर्वन्ति अस्माकं महाविद्यालयस्य सम्माननीयाः अध्यक्षचरणाः प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर अमित कुमार दे महाभागाः। मुख्यातिथित्वेन विराजन्ते काठीस्थस्य रघुनाथ आयुर्वेद महाविद्यालयस्य चिकित्साकेन्द्रयोश्च मान्याः अध्यक्षाः प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर सुशील कुमार नाथ महोदयाः। अस्मिन् चर्चासत्रे कुञ्चिका भाषणं प्रदातुं समुपस्थिताः सन्ति उत्कलप्रदेशस्य जगन्नाथक्षेत्रस्य पुरीस्थस्य श्री जगन्नाथ संस्कृत विश्वविद्यालयस्य स्नातकोत्तर धर्मशास्त्र विभागस्य अध्यक्षचराः शास्त्रेषु कृतभूरिपरिश्रमाः प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर ब्रजकिशोर स्वाई महाभागाः। अद्यतनीय मुख्य वक्तृत्वेन जे भविष्यन्ति ते तेलंगाना प्रदेशस्य हैदराबाद विश्वविद्यालयस्य स्नातकोत्तर संस्कृत विभागस्य अध्यक्षाः प्रोफेसर JSR प्रसाद महाभागाः। एतेषां सर्वेषां कृते स्वागतं सुस्वागतं व्याहरामि। अस्माकं भारतवर्षस्य पारंपरिक शिष्टाचारानुसारं वैदिक मंगलाचरणेन चर्चासत्रमिदं प्रारभ्यते। तदर्थं सम्प्रति मया विनिवेद्यन्ते अस्माकं विभागस्य अध्यक्षाः श्रीमन्तः प्रलय शंकर अधिकारी महाभागाः। ओवर टू प्रलय शंकर महाभागा। साधुवादाः महोदयाः। अधुना उद्घाटन संगीतं प्रतिपादयितुं मया अनुरुध्यन्ते अस्माकं विभागस्य अध्यापिकाः मान्याः नीतू मंडल महोदयाः।
सर्वेभ्यो नमो नमः। देहि चरण पंकजं बुधगना परिसेवितम्। देहि चरण पंकजम् अदिति दितिज मनुज वन्द्यमाश्रित जनरक्षकम्। देहि चरण पंकजम् अयि मतिरति दायिनी केशवो मनोहारिणी। हर मम चिरसञ्चिततमो देहि जननी चाशिषम्। देहि चरण पंकजम् शीतपञ्चमी प्रातः माघमासि मातः अमल चरण कमल लभधन्यं कुरु भारतम्। देहि चरण पंकजम् बुधगना परिसेवितम्। देहि चरण पंकजम्। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवादाः महोदयाः। सम्प्रति उद्घाटन सत्रस्य अध्यक्षपदम् अलङ्कुर्वन्ति अस्माकं महाविद्यालयस्य अध्यक्षचरणाः छात्रवत्सलाः वाणिज्य विभागस्य मूर्धन्यभूताः आचार्याः सुष्ठु प्रशासकाः एतादृशं कार्यं कर्तुं सदैव ये अस्मान् प्रचोदयन्ति ते तु अस्माकं महाविद्यालयस्य मूर्धन्यभूताः अध्यक्षपादाः प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर अमित कुमार दे महाभागाः। अधुना ते महाभागाः विनिवेद्यन्ते स्वकीय अध्यक्ष वाग्वचोभिः अस्मान् प्रेरयन्तु इति। ओवर टू प्रिंसिपल सर।
Suprabhatam and Namaskar to all the resource person as well as the teachers, staff and beloved students. Today is 3rd September. We are on the verge of Teachers' Day, and it's a good time to organize webinar through digital platform. And the Department of Sanskrit have taken a lot of pain to organize such kind of thoughtful, thought-provoking discussion platform in the field of Ayurveda and modern lives. In this webinar, it's a proud privilege for me to have so many dignitaries, so many resourceful persons. So far my knowledge goes, we have Professor Bojikisha Sai, we have Professor Sushil Kumar Nath, we have Professor Posat, we have Professor Pradipta Kumar Panda, we have Dr. Devasis Pahadi, and so many. Some, I'm not able to mention the name of some resource person just now. As you know, it's a communication process through digital platform. That's why some capifying are there. So sorry, whose name are not mentioned by me. Please pardon. Please forgive me. Today, I welcome all of you in this webinar platform on behalf of PK College Contai, as well as on behalf of the Department of Sanskrit UG PG of this age-old institution. All of you know that we are going through a pandemic situation from last March 2020, and till that persisting in this world, and we are facing a lot of problem for that. The student, the teachers, the staff, they are forced to confine within their room. They are not able to get touch with their teachers. Students are not able to get the touch with the teachers. The teachers are not able to get the touch of the library. So there are so many constants. But within that constant, our teachers, our esteemed teachers, staff, they are also doing a lot of hard work for the betterment of our beloved students. And from that point of view, finally, better late than never, the Department of Sanskrit has taken this initiative to organize this seminar. I think Ayurveda, it's a very old thing, more than 3,000 or 4,000 years old matter. And from time immemorial, the Ayurveda playing a good role, an important role in boosting the human immunity. Today we have so many innovation, invention in the field of medical, but still we have the necessity of Ayurveda. And from that perspective, the departmental teachers and staff and the student, they have organized, and I am grateful to all the resource persons who remain present here for delivering their valuable speech. I think in this pandemic period, whenever we are facing a lot of problems, not only the younger child but also the old, and we have lost many of us, many of our very nearer in this period. So for that reason, we have to know the main thing of Ayurveda, by which we can we can treat our diseases, we can boost our immunity, and certainly I believe that this nature, this beautiful art already gives lot of things, and Ayurveda that bring that knowledge to us by which we can survive in this beautiful world. And that's why it's a very much I think it would be very much good for the student, for the teachers, and as well as for us who are not so much familiar with the details of Ayurveda. And I also hope that this discussion, this deliberation will give certain light about our intention to use Ayurveda in place of allopathy medicine. As you know, in allopathy medicine or by using steroid, many of us can cure for the time being, but Ayurveda help us to rescue us for a long time or for the whole life of our human life. And that's why this deliberation will be effective and meaningful. With this few words, I again welcome all of you in this platform, and sir, take namaskar and pranam from our part from our beloved students, from our teachers, so that in future you can extend such kind of cooperation for the development of our student of our Sanskrit department, as well as for the development of Ayurveda in this world, in this beautiful world. Thank you all. Over to Suhumar sir.
Thank you very much, sir. वस्तुतः एते महाभागाः आधुनिकसमाजे आयुर्वेदस्य महती आवश्यकता वर्तते इति प्रतिपादितम्। आयुर्वेदः औषधस्य महत्त्वमपि अनेन प्रतिपादितम्। एवं तु वयं जानीमः सर्वदा एव महोदयानां शुभेच्छा वर्तते अस्माकं यत्किमपि कार्यं भवतु महोदयानाम् अनुकम्पया एव सर्वं खलु कार्यं सिद्धं भवति इति तु वयं वक्तुं शक्नुमः। अधुना अध्यक्षपादानां अनुमतिक्रमेण वयं सभाकार्यम् अग्रे चालयामः। सम्प्रति वयं जानीमः आयुर्वेदः आधुनिकजीवनञ्च इति विषयम् अवलम्ब्य आयोजितेऽस्मिन् चर्चासत्रे प्रारम्भिकीं सूचनां प्रदातुम् अधुना मया विनिवेद्यन्ते। अस्य चर्चासत्रस्य आह्वायिका अस्माकं स्नातकोत्तर संस्कृत विभागस्य संयोजिका मान्याः मैत्रेयी जाना महोदयाः। ओवर टू मैत्रेयी मैडम।
Thank you, Shubhamar. Mukang karati vachalang panggung langhayate girim yat kripa tamahang vande paramananda madhavam akhildo mandalakarang vyaptang jena characharam tatpadang darshitang jena tasmaya Sri Gurave Namaha. Sarvebhyo Namo Namo. Wishing all of you a very warm good morning and my cordial greetings. Pranam Namaskar. Today is the first day of national webinar organized by Prabhat Kumar College, Contai, Department of Sanskrit for 2 days program schedule. We are going to discuss on the particular topic Ayurveda and modern life. Ayurveda Shastra or Ayurvedic medicine has been influencing human life since ancient era to 21st century. The question is that why we are prioritizing this topic? There is a genuine reason, which is nowadays we've observed that there are some chapters related to Ayurveda included in UG level curriculum. Very modern people who are very much accustomed with the modern fast life have become at the doorstep to forget our ancient treatment procedure by using Ayurvedic medicines. On this ground, we are heartily grateful to the UGC for this initiation. The primary subject of Ayurveda Shastra is whatever food we eat has a great impact on developing our immunity system in our body to maintain the life cycle and also the lifestyle. Ayurveda is the oldest treatment management in the world, which is basically based on combination of medicine and philosophy. Ayurveda is the mixture of medicine and philosophy. So Ayurveda is not only a program or procedure, but it is the description of complete life management. We who do little practice on Sanskrit literature are mostly unable to explain the important dimensions of Ayurveda vividly to satisfy our beloved students' query. And similarly, many times the many scholars of Ayurveda Shastra are also not able to assume the depth of Sanskrit literature. But Ayurvedic science and Sanskrit literature both are very closely related to each others. Today, the main purpose of this webinar is to introduce our Sanskrit department or to establish a connecting bridge between the modern civilization and the century archaic Ayurveda science and its past, present, and future related logical and informative discussions also.
Madam, mute it. It's mute. The sound is not coming.
Sorry, sir.
Now it's listening.
Our invited guests and our resource persons will present the different directions and dimensions of the joint venture of Ayurveda and modern science and their remedies to achieve the healthy, normal lifestyle without any side effects. Those whom we get among us, our resource persons and their Dr. B.K. Swine, Dr. S.K. Nath, Dr. J.S.R. Prasad for Day-1, and Dr. Nanda and Dr. Devashish Pahari for Day-2. Each of them is signing his talent in this world of Ayurveda. Their devotional working skills have proudly brightened up the Sanskrit literature as well as the Ayurveda Shastra. Now we all listen their valuable presentations. I hope our knowledge of all webinar participants will be enriched. We couldn't be able to arrange this webinar without the core heart initiation and encouragement of our Honorable Principal Sir. He is our pioneer who is honestly showing us the right pathway by his precious opinions or guidelines. To perform any work, we need a leader. So I am here as a convener, but this is a result of a whole teamwork. I wish a very good luck to our dedicated departmental esteemed colleagues, students, participants who are honestly willing for this webinar. I won't prolong my words anymore. Now we will listen the valuable speech from highly knowledgeable, skillful resource persons. Thank you, and over to Shubhomoy.
Thank you, madam. वस्तुतः कथं किमर्थम् अस्य चर्चासत्रस्य आयोजनं तत्तु एताभ्यः स्पष्टीकृतम्। अधुना अस्यां सभायां मुख्यातिथित्वेन समागताः भवन्ति आयुर्वेदशास्त्रस्य निष्णाताः चिकित्सकाः रघुनाथ आयुर्वेद महाविद्यालय चिकित्सा केन्द्रयोः अध्यक्षाः प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर सुशील कुमार नाथ महाभागाः। ते महाभागाः तेषां वचनं तु अधुना इतः महनीयता तेषां विषये वयं जानीमः। प्रोफेसर नाथ महाभागाः कलिकाता विश्वविद्यालयात् MA MS उपाधिं लब्ध्वा बेनारस हिंदू विश्वविद्यालयस्य आयुर्वेद चिकित्सा विभागे MD इति पदवीं उपाधिं प्राप्तवन्तः। ततः तस्मादेव विश्वविद्यालयात् PhD डिप्लोमा इन योगाः प्राप्तवन्तः। विश्वविद्यालय अनुदान आयोगस्य आर्थिकानुकूल्येन जूनियर रिसर्च फेलोशिप एंड सीनियर रिसर्च फेलो रूपेण गवेषणा कार्यं सम्पादितवन्तः। कर्मजीवनस्य अयमारम्भः तेषां कलिकातायां JV रॉय स्टेट आयुर्वेदिक मेडिसिनल कॉलेज एंड हॉस्पिटल इत्यत्र एव संजातः। ततः इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट आयुर्वेदिक एजुकेशन एंड रिसर्च इति प्रतिष्ठाने सुपरिटेंडेंट तत्त्वावधायक विभाग मुख्य रूपेण च कार्यं कृतवन्तः। ततः परं विश्वनाथ आयुर्वेद महाविद्यालये ततश्च सम्प्रति काठीस्थ रघुनाथ आयुर्वेद महाविद्यालये अध्यक्ष पदम अलंकुर्वन्ति। चिकित्सा शास्त्रे काय चिकित्सायां तेषां वैशिष्ट्यं विद्यते। बहुषु महाविद्यालयेषु शिक्षा समितेः सदस्यतां कृतवन्तः। न केवलं भारतवर्षे अपितु आन्तर्जातिक क्षेत्रेपि एतेषां महाभागानां सम्यक् गमनं वर्तते। नैकेषु चर्चासत्रेषु ते तु भागं गृहीतवन्तः। मुख्यातिथिरूपेण वक्तृत्वेन तत्र बहुषु पत्रपत्रिकासु एतेषां गवेषणापत्राणि प्रकाशितानि। एतादृशानां विशिष्टातिथीनां कृते अहं मत्पक्षतः, अस्माकं विभागपक्षतः, महाविद्यालयपक्षतः स्वागतं सुस्वागतं व्यवहरामि। अधुना महाभागाः सम्प्रार्थन्ते मानवजीवने आयुर्वेदस्य कीदृशी भूमिका वर्तते तद्विषये अस्मान् सनाथयन्तु इति। ओवर टू प्रोफेसर S.K. नाथ।
former professor and head. Hello.
Sir, Dr. Nath, sir.
I am here. Am I here?
Yes, sir, you are audible. Yes, sir. Hello.
भवतः वचनं न श्रूयते वा?
Sir, please unmute.
ध्वनिः न आगच्छति।
Sir, please unmute, sir.
Hello.
Sir, unfortunately, you are not audible.
सर ध्वनि न श्रूयते।
मान्यः ध्वनिः नागच्छति।
मन्यः यान्त्रिक त्रुटि वर्तते।
Hello. Am I audible now?
Yes,
Hello?
sir. Yes, sir. You are audible.
Okay. There is a sorry for the difficulty of the
স্যার আপনার দুটো আইডি থেকে আপনি জয়েন করেছেন, প্লিজ একটা লেফট করুন, আদারওয়াইজ এটা ইকো হচ্ছে খুব।
একটু বন্ধ করে দাও, ফোনটা করবে এটা এটা করবো না ওটা করবো আপনি এটা করবেন এখানে মোবাইল এটা দেখাতে পারেন। Hello, sorry for disturbance. Okay, respected Professor Dev, Professor Bajrakishore Swai, Professor J.R.S. Prasad, Professor Dept Kumar Pandey, Madam Maitri Jana. I am grateful to the organizers, especially Professor Omid Dev and Professor Madam Maitri Jana for inviting me in this seminar. I also very much thankful to them to make me guest of honor in this program. It is a privilege for me to share something with you in this seminar. Namaste to all participants. This is a Sanskrit department program. Though I am very much not conversant with Sanskrit, but I would like to start my program reciting some slokas from Gita. I am trying. If it is not a proper, please excuse me for that. Jada jada hi dharmasya glani bhavati bharata abhuttanang adharmasya tadatmanang srijamu aham paritranaya sadhunam vinasayang cha duskritam dharma samastapana arthaya sambhavami juge juge. You know, this verse is taken from the Gita, Gyan Yoga chapter. So, you know, how beautiful it is to recite this or to listen this verse of Sanskrit. So Sanskrit is a very beautiful language, and you know, all of you know, the Sanskrit is the mother of almost all language of the India. It is indeed very rich language. This language is practiced and spoken in India since immemorial. All Indian culture and art stand on it. This is why it is surviving with its full glory despite many adverse situations throughout its history. It is the language which can sustain and explore our Indian culture to establish India as a cultural capital in the world stage. You know, all the old texts related to culture, art, religious, Ayurveda, yoga, etc. are written in Sanskrit. I think Sanskrit was the only language in old age used for communications of the knowledge. All the texts, granthas that are available were in Sanskrit in India. The verse forms that are mostly used in these granthas are excellent. The old granthas of Ayurveda are written in Sanskrit, all old granthas, and mostly in verse form, sloka form. You all know every word of Sanskrit may have different interpretation in different contexts. So expertise knowledge in Sanskrit is required to reveal the proper meaning of every sloka or every word written in the Ayurvedic text. In this context, the Sanskrit scholar has some role to play in development of Ayurveda. Today, our computer system is there is some instrumental defect. That is why I wanted to present the things in a different form, but right now it is not possible for me. So just I am giving my lecture. So today I like to speak on scope of Sanskrit scholars in the field of Ayurveda. The scope of Sanskrit scholars in the field of Ayurveda, what opportunities they have, what they can do for the development of Ayurveda. That is what I want to speak out. I have chosen these topics because the time is very short. If I uh, would have chosen some specific point of the Ayurveda, it is not within this short time it is not possible. That is why I want to speak on this topic, the scope of Sanskrit scholars in the field of Ayurveda, so that they can explore their opportunity in this field. I want to speak out something they can follow in future. So every books are written, of Ayurveda in Sanskrit, and mostly in the sloka form. So in this context, Sanskrit scholars have lot of scope for the development of Ayurveda. Number one, I am starting with their scope of job in our institution as well as in the field of Ayurveda. You know, the Ayurveda scholars throughout India, the BMS course is conducted, Bachelor of Ayurvedic and Medicine Surgery, that is conducted by some university, and all these BMS course is regulated by the central government through its Central Council of Indian Medicine that was recently changed into the NCISM, National Council for Indian System of Medicine. Like every system, like allopath, they have IMC that also is converted into the commission. So to improve the quality of education, all these earlier old system was dissolved and new system was created. And in Ayurveda, whole syllabus, whole course, whole rule and regulations are regulated and conducted by the now NCISM, National Commission for Indian System of Medicine, and Ayush department in central government and also in state level. Ayush means Ayush, Ayurveda, Yoga, Unani, Siddha, and Homeopath. So this is the in short, this is the Ayurvedic scenario of West Bengal and throughout the India. You know the to know the Ayurveda properly, and as our old granthas are written in Sanskrit, Ayurvedic students need to know some sort of Sanskrit so that they could read and just making out the meaning of that. That is why in our course a subject is included in our first year syllabus, a subject of Sanskrit. So there is a scope of the appointment of a Sanskrit teacher in every one or two teachers in every Ayurvedic colleges. You know that students are admitted for the NEET, All India entrance examination in medical examination. Through NEET, allopath, Ayurveda, homeopath, the eligibility is determined, and through it the students are admitted. And for eligible to appear in the NEET, it is a science background in 12 classes. They have to pass 12 classes with minimum 50% marks in physics, chemistry, and biology for general category. And for other category, there are some relaxation. There is some relaxation. So, you know, all the students have science background, and when they enter the Ayurveda college, they need to learn Sanskrit. That is why one Sanskrit subject is kept. And for that, the Sanskrit teachers, most particularly those who have done MA in Sanskrit or PhD in Sanskrit, they are eligible to enter in this college, in Ayurveda college. So there are one or two posts in every Ayurveda college. You have that scope. Another scope you have to create. You have to fight for that. You know, we have our basic principle department, and basic principle department mainly teach the Sangitas, and almost in all our years, the Samhita is taught, and there is a different subject in Samhita. There are so many, granthas, Charak, Susrut, Astanga Hridaya, Astanga Sangra, Yogaratnakar. There are so many Samhitas. So any one Samhita is taught in the different years of the our professional course. That is especially on the Charaka, Astanga Hridaya, Susrut. So there need a teacher from the who are expert on the Sanghita subject. Nowadays, now only the Ayurveda people, those who are doing in MD in Sanghita, they are only eligible. But I think the Sanskrit scholars, those who are doing PhD in Ayurvedic subject, they may also keep their demand to include them also in the basic principle department. They can jointly they can write to the IUS or NCI IUS department of central government or NCI SM, those who are regulating the course. They can write to them that yes, uh, particularly those are doing PhD course in Sanghita, Ayurvedic Sanghita, they should be taken. They should be made eligible for the post of that basic principle. They may demand for it. That is their opportunity. That is why I am saying this thing. There is another opportunity for the Ayurvedic scholars that translate. Those who are interested, they can translate our old Sangitas, old texts. Obviously, are written in Sanskrit. They could translate it because already there are translations in Bengali, in English, in other languages. So they can do that translation in a very innovative way. They could translate it. They can keep their own opinion on that. They their own interpretation in that. They can write the book, and preferably if they can write this book in English, that would be more acceptable throughout the India and also in world stage, because every word, every sloka may have the different interpretation. So you can translate this old textbook in different language with your own interpretation. That is another opportunity. The Sanskrit also scholar, those who are, I think it is my opinion, that those who are doing PhD in Sangitas, Ayurvedic Sangitas, because the old Ayurvedic Sangita is written on the basis of our own culture, our habits, on the basis of that, these are books are written. So these books, granthas, how the people should lead their life through daily habits, daily what they should eat, what they should do to keep their health intact and to increase their ayu. In every season there is different type of direction of different type of habits and food habits also, activities. They should uh, go through, if they are very much knowledgeable, they should also work in the preventive aspect of the healthcare. That could be done, and if I attend any meeting of the central IUS or NCISM, I also keep that my opinion about these things. They could be utilized in the preventive aspect, especially those who are doing PhD in the in Ayurvedic Sanghita. Atharvaveda is also very important. Atharvaveda is we we believe that is the origin of Ayurveda. So our our students have, because of the shortage of time, they have to study many things, Ayurveda, modern side, to make themselves confident about their professional line. So they have little time to explore the Atharvaved. So somebody, Sanskrit scholars from the Sanskrit college who are very much interested, they could write, they could explore the matter which are written about Ayurveda in Atharvaved, and they can translate it, they could interpret it in very simple language so that everybody could follow. So somebody may rewrite something about the health related portions of Atharvaved. Uh, more Sanskrit scholars, I think, should choose their choose to do the PhD work in in Ayurvedic Samhitas, because uh, there are every chapter. I've told, every chapter, every slope, every word have different interpretations, new interpretation in different contexts. So they can explore the new things about Ayurveda by doing PhD, because they will have that time the matured brain to explore the thing. And I think those who are doing PhD in Ayurvedic Samhita, if they do some, I am talking about the job opportunity in that case, if they do some certificate or diploma course in library science, they could be easily accommodated in the library of the our institute, in Ayurvedic institute. Uh, so they have the opportunity to have the job in the uh, uh, in Ayurvedic college, in the department of library. So that is all these things you have to do. You have to, nowadays in modern life, you have to means explore the opportunity, and you have to find out the opportunity. You have to create the opportunity for job. So you can do that way. You can do such people who could do some collaborative work with the Ayurvedic scholar in their clinical or non-clinical subjects. They can do, and they can be, if they do these things, I will be in some post in the Ayurvedic organization. They will be accommodated, and that would be also helpful to the Ayurvedic scholars to do some developmental work. Ayurvedic side, those who are doing their MD and PhD, they have to do the thesis work even in their uh, do their thesis work, and in that context, the I think the Sanskrit scholars may uh, may help them to do their research work, to find out the or to find out the proper meaning of the slokas, so that the work can be more fruitful, more appropriate. And I think I will also propose the government and NCISM that in every postgraduate college of Ayurveda, there should be a appointment. There should be a post of Sanskrit scholars to help the Ayurvedists in their research work, because they need, because all this research is related to the your Sanskrit, that our book, old book. So I also felt that time during my MD and PhD, that if I would have a Sanskrit scholar with me, I could have done. I understood the better way the thing. So they could do in that way. In our old context, many herbs, drugs are written by the old acharyas. Still, there are many such herbs and drugs which are not identified. They can also work in that area uh, and uh, mm, and make the thing um, proper identification available to all of our Ayurvedic people. So I think you have that scope, and you have to create your job opportunity with this. I tell you, I agree with the Professor Machri Jana that Ayurveda is now very much essential for our human life. Now we are going through the COVID situation. You know how much we are handicapped even with the modern medicine and modern way treatment. Even we have seen our Ayurveda medicines, our herbal cough, herbal tea, or our medicines have worked wonderfully. But directly, we individually we have practiced this and treated the COVID patients are cured in our individual level. But the government have not, because of some reasons, they have not directly given that uh, scope to treat the patients in a official manner, in an official way. But you have heard our Kada, some herbal tea for boosting the immunity power of the human. Uh, they have there is an excellent result, and all are taking, even the all bureaucrats, all doctors, engineers, all the people, learned people are taking these herbal teas. There is a huge demand of herbal teas in this situation. And we have also given in our individual level, I have told already that the medicines which have cured COVID, uh, um, COVID patient. So that is very much essential. And you know the allopathic medicines, a lot of side effects we are seeing, with our everyday experience, and uh, we can so we can shift our that system of healthcare to the Ayurvedic side, especially the preventive health. We have excellent, excellent, excellent our result, and in chronic cases especially, we have our treatment is very good. We can say from our experience, and I wanted to speak out some subjects of our uh, subjects of some treatment of the disease. But I think the time is over already. I have crossed the time. So with this, I thank you all, and I again thanks to the Mr. Matri Jana and Professor Omid Dey for inviting in this webinar seminar. And if I get next time the opportunity and physically it would be done, then I will. I I think I will can present the things more better way. With this, I would like to thanks to all participants, and I wish the seminar successful. Okay, thank you very much. Over to your coordinator.
Thank you very much, sir. अनेन वचनेन समृद्धाः वयं मूलतः महोदयैः संभावना विषये नामः संस्कृत छात्राणां आयुर्वेद शास्त्रे कीदृशी संभावनाः वर्तते तद्विषये आलोचितं। मूलतः तत्र जॉब, स्कोप ऑफ जॉब, तत्र आयुर्वेदः औषधिविषये अस्माकं भारतसर्वकारस्य या प्रचेष्टा विहिता सापि तु महोदयेन स्पष्टीकृतं। विषय वस्तुतः आयुर्वेदस्य तात्त्विकविषयं तु संस्कृते एव निहितम् इति महोदयेन उद्घोषितम्। Sanskrit scholars can find the proper meaning of appropriateness of Ayurveda. इति तु महोदयस्य वचनस्य सारः इति मन्ये। अधुना अस्य चर्चासत्रस्य तत्र बिन्दुरूपेण वयं ग्रहीतुं शक्नुमः। एवं तु अनेन तत्र आयुर्वेदस्य मूलं तत्त्वं तु आदौ अथर्ववेदे निहितम् इति तु एतैः उद्घोषितम्। इति कृत्वा सम्प्रति विशेषतः सम्प्रति करोना महामारी समये आयुर्वेद शास्त्रस्य उपयोगिता महोदयेन उक्तम् आयुर्वेद इज मोर फ्रूटफुल इन द मॉडर्न सिचुएशन। अस्तु तावत् तत्र महत्वपूर्णं तथ्य समृद्धेन वचनेन वयं धन्याः। इति कृत्वा मत्पक्षतः विभागपक्षतः कर्तव्यम् अधमर्नं च प्रकटयामि। सम्प्रति अधुना वयं पश्यामः यत् अस्यां सङ्घस्यां प्रायशः 80 संख्यकानि गवेषणापत्राणि समागतानि। तेषां शोधप्रबन्धानां साराणां संग्रहात्मकम् एकं ई-प्रोसीडिंग्स् अधुना अस्माकम् अध्यक्षपादैः प्रकाश्यते। अग्रे तु सम्पूर्ण शोधनिबन्धानां संग्रह ग्रन्थः भविष्यति इति आशासेः। अधुना मया सम्प्रार्थन्ते अध्यक्ष महाभागाः कृपया प्रकाशनं कुर्वन्तु इति। ओवर टू प्रिंसिपल सर। Sir, am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are audible. You are audible.
मन्ये तत्र समस्या जायते कापि। अस्तु तर्हि वयम् अधुना अग्रे चलामः। सम्प्रति अस्मिन् चर्चासत्रे मूर्धन्यभूताः भवन्ति। अस्माकं कुञ्चिका भाषण प्रदातुं ये समागताः उत्कल प्रान्ततः समागताः प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर ब्रजकिशोर स्वाई महाभागाः। वस्तुतः संस्कृतस्य धर्मशास्त्र दर्शन व्याकरणादि शास्त्रेषु कृतभूरि परिश्रमाः समग्रेस्मिन् भारतवर्षे संस्कृतस्य मूर्धन्यभूताः आचार्याः उत्कल प्रान्तस्य पुरीस्थस्य श्री जगन्नाथ संस्कृत विश्वविद्यालयस्य धर्मशास्त्र विभागस्य आचार्यचराः विद्वांसः मम साक्षात् गुरवः प्रोफेसर ब्रजकिशोर स्वाई महाभागाः। किं वच्मि एतेषां महाभागानां विषये। दीर्घ 33 वर्षाणि यावत् जगन्नाथ विश्वविद्यालये सहाध्यापकः आचार्यः स्नातकोत्तर विभागस्य अध्यक्षत्वेन यथाक्रमं कार्यं कृतवन्तः। संस्कृत विश्वविद्यालय अतिरिच्यपि दीर्घं 22 वर्षाणि गोपबन्धु आयुर्वेद महाविद्यालये अतिथि प्राध्यापक रूपेण अध्यापनं कृतवन्तः। युगपदेव महाभागाः पुरी लॉ कॉलेज तत्रापि मॉडर्न हिंदू लॉ जूरिस्प्रूडेंस इत्यादि विषये अध्यापनं कुर्वन्ति स्म। प्रायः 2 शताधिकं अंतर्जातिकं जातीय चर्चासत्रे महाभागाः वक्तृत्वेन मुख्यातिथित्वेन कुञ्चिका भाषकत्वेन च स्वकीयं मतम् उपस्थापितवन्तः। संस्कृत उत्कल आङ्ग्लो भाषायां प्रायः 30 पुस्तकानि विरचितवन्तः। आन्तर्जातीय एकाधिक शोधपत्रिकायाः सम्पादकत्वेन ससम्मानं कार्यं कृतवन्तः। प्रायशः 500 गवेषणापत्रिकायां तेषां पत्राणि प्रकाशितवन्तः। वस्तुतः एतेषां महोदयानां मार्गदर्शनेन प्रायः 10 संख्यकाः अन्तेवासिन्यः छात्राः तु तेषां गवेषणाकार्यं सम्पादितवन्तः। एतादृश महाभागाः अस्माकं कृते अधुना राराजन्ते। अतः धन्याः वयं मत्पक्षतः अस्माकं महाविद्यालय पक्षतः स्वागतं सुस्वागतं व्यवहरामि। वस्तुतः एते महाभागाः आयुर्वेद शास्त्रमुपरि ग्रन्थद्वयं विरचितवन्तः। योगबले रोग आरोग्य भारतीय ग्रन्थि विज्ञानम् इति ग्रन्थद्वयम्। इतोपि तु रिसर्च मेथोडोलॉजी प्रभृतिषु विषयेषु बहूनि तत्र पुस्तकानि विरचितानि। अधुना मया अस्माभिः अनुरुध्यन्ते प्रोफेसर ब्रजकिशोर स्वाई महाभागाः आयुर्वेद शास्त्रस्य मानव जीवने तत्र कीदृशी तत्र महनीयता वर्तते इत्यस्मिन् विषये अस्मान् प्रचोदयन्तु इति। ओवर टू प्रोफेसर वी.के. स्वाई महाभागा।
At the outset, I express my gratefulness and gratitude to the organizers of this prestigious seminar. I mean webinar. Principal of the college, Principal of Ayurveda College, and my dear colleagues of SANSKRIT department, and mostly my students of the department. As you know, as Subhamaya introduced me, I am a student of Sanskrit in general and Smriti Shastra in particular. I have a specific association with Ayurvedic discipline because Ayurveda has a very specific connection with Smriti Shastra or Dharma Shastra, because Ayurveda gives orientation to human life for a health point of view, and Dharma Shastra gives orientation to human life from society point of view. Society and health are two different dimensions of human life, for which Ayurveda is connected with Dharma Shastra. I think for this reason, I have been selected for this prestigious seminar to express something, and as you know, to speak something as a keynote speaker. Since the entire seminar is devoted to Ayurveda, and Ayurveda has a specific modern value, so that my paper will be, as a keynote paper, will be presented in a very, very simple and very, very normative way. Since I have prepared a paper as a keynote paper, I will read out for your kind help. Ayurveda is the science of life. The word comes from the Sanskrit terms Ayush, meaning life, and Veda, meaning wisdom or science. It dates back over 3,000 years ago, and indeed, some of these ancient textbooks are still in use today. There are 4 basic scriptures that evolved to become known as the Vedas. They have since developed to become the basic building blocks of Indian history. One of the ancient treatises of our texts on Ayurveda, the Charaka Samhita, states that health is said to exist in a body when the following conditions are present. All the 3 doshas are in balance. All the 7 dhatus are working properly. The 3 malas, waste products, are produced and eliminated normally and in normal quantities. The srotas, channels of the body, are uninterrupted. The Agni, digestive fire, is alight and the appetite is good. The 5 senses are functioning normally. Body, mind, and consciousness are working in harmony. We will now go on to explain many of these terms, and understanding of which is essential to a comprehension of Ayurveda in a modern sense of the term. What is life? A body, when dead, still consists of the same physical matter as when it was alive: skin, bone, blood, and other issues. Indeed, it has been noted that the hair and nails continue to grow even after death. Therefore, even growth is not necessarily a sign of life. So, what is it that makes us alive? Consciousness, the sign of antimatter. Previously, it was thought that the atom was the smallest entity that could exist, but it is now known that it can be broken down much further than that. Nuclear physics likewise acknowledge that on both the atomic and subatomic level, antimatter is the driving force. Antimatter, the soul, consciousness, is also known as Purusha. What is prana? Prana is the life force. The Sanskrit term meaning absolute energy. It is important that we understand prana as the principle of energy exhibited in all living things. It is this which distinguishes them from lifeless things. It is in all forms of matter, and yet it is not matter. It is in the air, but it is neither the air nor one of its constituents. We breathe it in with the air, and if the air did not contain it, we would die. It is taken up by the system along with the oxygen, and yet is not the oxygen. In the same way that the oxygen in the air is used by the blood and the circulatory system, so is the prana used by the nervous system. Prana is carried to all parts of the nervous system, adding strength and vitality. By thinking of prana as the active principle of what we call vitality. We can form a much clearer idea of what an important part it plays in our life. In order to cultivate and stimulate it, we must breathe in a correct and a nourishing manner. To breathe is to live. With breathe, there is no life. Without breathe, there is no life. We must allow this energy to flow freely throughout our bodies. Poor posture and bad thoughts, which make us feel angry and resentful, will block the flow of prana, making it impossible for our bodies to function harmoniously. When channeled effectively, prana enhances our well-being, creativity, and development of the senses, bringing greater understanding. It is therefore important to cultivate this force when seeking to regenerate the body. Prana is found in its freest state in the atmospheric air. Fresh air is full of it. Although the concept is not fully understood by Western doctors, they do recognize that the air in certain places possesses a greater amount of something, and sick people are sent to these places in the hope of improving their state of breath. There are Pancha Mahabhutas in Ayurvedic system, which has some sort of a connection with philosophy, some sort of a connection with religion, and some sort of a connection with science. At the heart of Ayurvedic science lies the concept of the five elements. The rishis perceived intuitively that consciousness was energy manifested into the five basic principles of ether, air, fire, water, and earth. Nitya Teja Marut Vyoma. These five basic principles exist in all matter. For example, solid ice is a manifestation of the earth principle. From the latent heat within, the fire principle, it turns to water. With more heat, it turns to steam and eventually disappears into the ether. The five elements are related to the five senses. Ether is the medium through which sound is transmitted. So this is related to hearing. The ear is the organ of hearing and expresses itself through the mouth, the organ of speech, which creates meaningful air is related to touch. The skin is the sensory organ of touch, and the hand, the main action organ. The fingertips are especially sensitive to touch, and thus the hand is used for giving, receiving, and hooking. Fire, giving light, heat, and color, is related to sight. The organ of sight is the eye, and this is related to the feet, because sight gives direction to our walking. Then water is related to taste, for without water, the tongue cannot taste. The tongue is related in function to the genitals. Ayurveda considers the genitals to be the lower tongue, while that in the mouth is the upper tongue. He or she who controls the upper tongue also controls the lower tongue. Earth is related to smell. The nose, the organ of smell, is related to the anus, demonstrated by the fact that a person who has constipation is likely to have a bad breath and a reduced sense of smell. Although the human body consists mainly of water and earth, the other elements also exist within it. For example, all the hollow spaces such as the throat, trenches, sense uses, and ear canals consist of the element of ether, the air in the lungs, vessels, and pores. Within the bones is clearly air, and the digestive tract is a kind of a tree. In Ayurveda, we have a very important subject that is called dosha. The doshas are 3 in number. The human body is made up of a combination of 3 fundamental elements known as the tridosha, 3 doshas, vata, pitta, and kapha. Only living matter has doshas. There is no exact equivalent in the English language. The closest translation is fault, or that which causes things to decay. Each and every one of us is a unique individual with a different combination of the 3 doshas. Hence, we may say that a person is predominantly vata or kapha, for example. The doshas regulate the physical, physiological, and psychological functions of the living organism. For good health, it is important that all 3 doshas are balanced. If any of these doshas is out of equilibrium, either too high or too low, disease will occur. Vata is in charge of all motion in the body, and it governs most nervous functions. Pitta governs enzymes and hormones, all forms of transformation and biochemical changes. It is also responsible for digestion of food and reaction to sensory data received by the brain. For example, temperature, hunger, thirst, sight, etc. Kapha regulates the other 2 doshas, nourishing and preserving the human body. It is a stabilizing influence responsible for the solidity of the body, sexual power and reproduction, strength, patience, etc. Although existing throughout the whole body, each dosha is prominent in certain parts of the body. Vata below the navel, bladder, intestines, pelvic region, thighs, legs, bones. Pitta between the navel and chest, sweat, lymph, blood, stomach, liver, spleen, gallbladder, stomach, pancreas. Kapha, upper part, throat, head, neck, joints, upper portions of stomach, fatty tissues, sense tissues, throat, bronchi, lungs. Vata controls all movement in the body, and because of this, it is considered to be the most influential dosha. It is composed of air and space. It controls breathing and elimination, both vitally important functions, without which we cannot live. It controls the empty spaces within a body. For example, the sinuses, lungs, and the inner ear, as well as the abdominal cavity and the nervous system. It controls the nervous system, cell division, and recreation, as well as the heart, which causes blood to flow throughout the body. Person with predominant vata is likely to be light in weight and with a creative mind. They may also be flippant in attitude or unreliable, usually thin and athletic, but not very musically. Their voice may be thin and high. They will probably have a dry skin and a very rapid metabolism, not putting on weight easily, quick to learn. They are equally quick to forget and prone to anxiety. Too much vata can cause the whole body to be dehydrated, with premature aging and a slow healing of wounds. It can also cause a darker complexion, a hacking cough, and dark urine and feces. Insufficient vata can cause sluggishness and bad circulation. They prefer sweet, sour, and salty foods and hot drinks. In Ayurveda, Pitta has a very prominent position. Pitta energy is composed of fire and water. It is sited mainly in the stomach and governs the production and retention of body heat, digestion, metabolism, and intelligence. Pitta people generally tend to the middle ground. They have lustrous skin, possibly with moles or freckles, and go grey and bald early. With a sharp appetite, their metabolism is strong. They tend to have warm bodies and perspire freely. Moderately well off, they are good organizers and decision makers, as well as being open to new ideas. Highly intelligent, they are often good speakers, but can tend to be judgment and jealous. Someone with excessive pitta is likely to have an abnormally high body temperature, possibly caused by infection or inflammation, and to be thirsty, sweaty, and tired. The skin and eyes may appear yellowish. They prefer sweet, bitter, and astringent food and cold drinks. Kapha energy is composed of water and earth. It controls water-based functions such as lubrication of joints and governs strength and mass, as well as maintaining the immune system. Kapha people tend to have well-built bodies and can be overweight. Their veins and bone structure are not prominent because of the fatty layers. The skin is lustrous, as is the hair, and the eyes tend to be full and bright. They have good stamina levels, moving slowly but definitely. Their memories are good, though they are sure to learn in the first place. Being generally healthy and happy, they are also tolerant and forgiving. When they earn money, they are good at keeping it and are not spendthrifts. Someone with excessive kapha is likely to be overweight, with loose joints and impotence. digestion may be slow and they may suffer heartburn. They prefer pungent, bitter, and astringent foods. Prakriti means the individual constitution, which is decided in the Om. Each person's Prakriti depends on the combination of the three dosas and will be different for each and every one of us. This is the reason why Ayurveda looks at the whole patient when identifying a way to treat the disease. Each dosa has an effect on the mental, anatomical, and physiological activities of an individual. On the other hand, Ayurveda has some sort of a connection with mental constitution, physical constitution, mental constitution, oral constitution, and soul-based constitution are 4 in number. Mental constitution comes next to the physical constitution. As well as the physical constitutional factors described before, the dosas, there are also 3 types of a mental constitution known as the 3 gunas. These are sattva, raja, and tama. People with a sattva constitution are generally very loving, kind, understanding, pure, and compassionate. They usually enjoy good health, perhaps because of a lack of stress in their lives. Most of them believe in God, and they are often very holy. It is much easier for them to achieve self-realization than the other 2 types. A Rajas constitution implies great sensuality and an extrovert personality. These people are prosperous, but can tend to be aggressive. They enjoy movement and are often wealthy businessmen or involved in politics. Tamas people are ignorant, lazy, dull, and egotistical. They show no respect to others and are often the cause of others' undoing. With their selfish attitudes, they find it almost impossible to achieve self-realization. These mental energies, which are responsible for our behavioral patterns, can be improved markedly through yoga. An Ayurvedic doctor can help by prescribing changes in lifestyle and diet as well as other treatment. Likewise, there are 7 tissues also, sapta dhatu. I think I may be taking much time. The organizers are requested to remind me whenever my time will be consumed. The human body is made up of basically 7 different types of a tissue. Like the dosas, these are made of 1 or more of the 5 elements. But unlike the dosas, they can be seen with the naked eye. In Sanskrit, they are known as sapta dhatu. The first of these is plasma, rasa dhatu. This is the basis of the formation of blood, rakta dhatu, which flows through muscles, mansa dhatu. Then flow fatty tissue, meda dhatu, bone, asthi dhatu, marrow and nerve tissue, majja dhatu, and finally reproductive tissue, shukra dhatu. Each of these tissues is derived from the preceding one. The last has the greatest potential, that of creating new life. Rasa dhatu. When you take in food, the metabolic processes begin. Initially, the digestive juices act, And then after this, the agni or fire of the stomach begins to convert the food, which becomes nutrients for the body. The plasma or rasa dhatu is the means of transport of these nutrients. Healthy rasa is seen as rich skin, vitality, joy, and a focused manner. When rasa is poor, there is aching, heaviness, and a nausea, which are features of increased copper. Rakta dhatu are the elements of the blood, the red and white cells, the platelets which hold the life-giving fire, the oxygen in particular. Oxygen is needed for nourishment of the tissues and the mind. Healthy rakta gives fullness and richness to lips, tongue, nails, hands, and feet. It gives enthusiasm, feeling, and awareness. When rakta is excessive, there is inflammation. Then comes mansa dhatu. Mansa dhatu maintains the physical strength of the body and protects the internal organs. It has earth as its main element and corresponds to the muscular tissues. The health of the mansa can be seen in the muscles of the body, including those around the face and head. Strength, stability, and a sense of belonging come with a healthy mansa. Too much mansa will bring fat, lethargy, and sloth. Too little can bring wasting, weakness, and fear. The meda dhatu corresponds to fatty substances, and its elements are water and earth. It is the lubricant of the body and comes from the mansa. Flexibility comes with a good meda, and with that, a sense of compassion, honesty, and well-being. Increased meda causes fat to accumulate around the midnip, with subsequent respiratory problems. A lowering of meda causes numbness, cracking in joints, and atrophy. Asthi dhatu. The asthi dhatu is reflected in bone tissue and is of the elements earth and air. Strong bones and joints are reflection of a healthy asthi as well as an enjoyment of life, optimism, and trustworthiness. Too much asthi will result in prominent teeth, bony prominences of joints and skull. Too little can mean stiff joints, brittle nails, and thin hair. Majja dhatu represents bone marrow. Its principal element is water. Healthy majja will result in a good voice and a supple body, which enjoys a dance and has a good immune system. Too much majja can lead to chronic pain and infection in the bones, as well as chronic fatigue. Too little can result in joint pain, fragility of bones, and frequent dizziness. This the Sukra Dhatu in the long run is nourished by all the others. It represents the sexual and the reproductive tissues of the male and the female, the sperm and the ovum. Its principal element is water. Healthy Sukra will result in a healthy sexual appetite for the opposite sex, personal charisma and fertility, as well as boundless energy for spiritual and physical activities. Too much Sukra can result in an abnormally high sexual desire, especially in men. Women may experience heavier and more frequent periods and perhaps lactation, even when not nourishing a child. Too little can result in impotence in men and irregular periods in women, as well as chronic fatigue. Just as one or two of the dosas may predominate in any one individual, so the dhatus. In fact, when the dosas are in balance, they also are regarded as dhatus. It is only when then are disturbed that they are considered to be dosas or faults. With these few words, I conclude my keynote speech. I thank the organizers, principal of the both the colleges, Subhamoy, Maitreyi, and other my colleagues of the department for giving me a good chance to be associated with you and reciprocate some of my feelings regarding Ayurveda to you. Thank you very much.
धन्यवादाः मन्याः महाभागाः एवं एतादृशं सुललितं वैदुष्यपूर्णं तथ्यसम्भूतं वचनं स्मारं स्मारम् अभिभूताः वयं वस्तुतः महोदयैः तु तत्र आयुर्वेदशास्त्रस्य दिशा अस्माकं शरीरस्य प्रकृतेः गठनशैली विषये तेषां प्रत्येकानां विषयाणां तु कार्यं तत्र किं करणीयं किं न करणीयम् एतेषां सर्वेषां विषये दिग्दर्शनं तत्र महोदयैः प्रदत्तं वस्तुतः पृथिवी जलं तेजः वायु आकाश इति पंचमहाभूतेभ्यः च मानव शरीरम् आहारद्रव्यम् औषधद्रव्यं च जायन्ते तत्र सृष्टि यद्यपि पांचभौतिकं किन्तु महाभूतेभ्यः पृथिव्याः अत्यन्त गुरुत्वत्वात् आकाशस्य च सूक्ष्मत्वात् लघुत्वात् च तेषां सम्यक् अस्माकं शरीरे कार्यं ते कर्तुं न शक्नुवन्ति अतः अवशिष्टं जलाग्नि वायु एतानि महाभूतानि कार्यकराणि भवन्ति विशेषतः कफ पित्त वातः दोषत्रय विषये महोदयैः दिग्दर्शनं सम्यक्तया प्रदत्तं तत्र कफस्य कार्यं जलीयत्वात् शरीरे रससञ्चारं करोति कफः नाम पोषणं पित्तस्य कार्यं भवति आदानं तस्य आग्नेयगुणत्वात् पाचनं रूपान्तरं शोषणं च वातस्य तु तत्र क्षेपकार्यत्वात् गतिकर्मणा शारीरिक घटकानां सञ्चालनं कार्यम् आधुनिक जीवनशैल्यामपि अस्माकं परिवर्तनं साधनीयम् इति महोदयस्य मूलं वचनस्य सारः वयं तत्र द्रष्टुं शक्नुमः दोष धातु मलानि शरीरस्य मूलभूतानि उत्तम च विषयस्मिन् सुश्रुतेन दोष धातु मल मूलं हि शरीरं सप्त धातु विषये अपि महोदयेन दिग्दर्शनं प्रदत्तं वस्तुतः प्रकृतौ यदा विपरीतता दृश्यते तदा अरिष्टः भवति इति चरकपादस्यापि सिद्धान्तः आरोग्यं हीयते यस्य प्रकृतिः परिहीयते सहसा सहसा तस्य मृत्यु हरति जीवितम् इति चरकपादेनापि उक्तम् अतः महोदयेन प्रदत्त मार्गदर्शनम् अवलम्ब्य वयम् अग्रे चलामः इति तु महत् प्रबोधस्य विषय महोदयेन सम्यक् तत्र उद्घोषितं कुञ्चिका भाषणं प्रदत्तम् इति कृत्वा तेषां कृते धन्यवादः विभागपक्षतः अस्माकं महाविद्यालयपक्षतः कार्तज्ञम् आधमन्नं च प्रकटयामि अधुना ओभर टू सञ्चालनार्थं मया विनिवेद्यन्ते प्रलय शंकर अधिकारी महाभागा
हेलो हेलो
You are audible, sir.
Hello.
You are audible. Please continue.
একসাথে দুটো মোবাইল খুলে রেখেছে, হয় নাকি? ইকো তো হবেই।
ম্যাম আপনি একটু এটি করুন, এটা আমার টেকনিক্যাল প্রবলেম হচ্ছে।
মোবাইলটা স্যার মিউট করে দিন, দিলে হবে। সাউন্ডটা একদম কমিয়ে দিন, মোবাইলের সাউন্ডটা। শ্রুয়তে
Principal sir.
হ্যাঁ বলুন।
Sir, e-abstractor.
এটা এটা আরে মৈত্রী ম্যাডাম, আপনি প্রেজেন্টটা করুন, আমি এখানে বসে আছি, আপনাদের জন্য প্লে করছি। আই এম নট এবল টু ডুইং দ্যাট।
Sir, it is our earnest request to you.
Yeah, I can understand, but you just try to realize the technical difficulties here. I am doing with our website also, so please do that. I am on the platform, don't worry.
Okay, sir.
You just present it.
Pralay Shankar Adhikari, over to Pralay Shankar Adhikari. Please, sir. Share the link, please. Here
Okay.
is our e-abstract proceedings.
Yeah, that's good. Of page 122, and I am clapping. Thank you, ma'am,
You
for
are
your
most
great
welcome,
endeavor.
sir.
Okay. Ole sir, you just share the same with the all the resource person. You just share through mail. Otherwise you can paste it in the chat box so that they can everybody can get the
Yes, sir.
opportunity.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The link should be given in the chat box. Requesting our participants just have a look on the screen. Here is the e-abstract proceedings. We accumulated all the abstracts. The link should be given in the chat box.
अस्तु तावत् अधुना तु प्रथम सत्रस्य नाम उद्घाटन सत्रस्य प्रायः अन्तिम पर्याये वयम् अधुना स्मः। सम्प्रति औपचारिक रूपेण धन्यवादार्पणं करिष्यन्ति अस्माकं विभागस्य अध्यापिका Moumita Das Mohodaya.
Hello.
Over to Moumita, madam.
Hello.
Shuyate, ma'am.
ॐ सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः सर्वे सन्तु निरामया सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मा कश्चित् दुःखभाग् भवेत् ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः Good noon, everyone, to the one and all present here. Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Sushil Kumar Nath, Principal, Raghunath Ayurveda Mahavidyalaya and Hospital, Contai, Purbo Medinipur. It is such an honor for me to get the opportunity to thank you all dignitaries on behalf of the SANSKRIT Department, Prabhat Kumar College, Contai. I extend a warm welcome to the people in the gathering. I would like to express my gratitude to all esteemed delegates of the webinar for their presence and contribution to make this webinar a great success. I extend my gratitude to our honorable chief guest to take out time from his busy schedule to grace the event. Thank you for inspiring and encouraging us with your words on this special day. I would like to thank our keynote address speaker, Professor Brajokishore Swai, former professor and head department of Dharmasastra, Puri, making this webinar interesting and meaningful. I am pretty sure the precious knowledge that Professor Rajukishore Swai gave us will definitely help us in our studies. A special thanks to Professor Amit Kumar De, Principal of Contai Prabhat Kumar College, for organizing immense support to make the webinar successful. I extend my gratitude to Professor Pralay Shankar Odhikari, HOD of Sanskrit Department and Joint Convener, Webinar Organizing Committee, to organize a webinar even amidst the pandemic. I must thank our IKC member, Professor Pradipta Panchadhai, Department of Physics, to organize a webinar. I must thank the webinar organizing committee and joint convener, Professor Moitri Jana and Professor Shubhomoy Pahari, for working hard for the past few days to make this webinar successful. I also want to express my heartfelt welcome to all my esteemed colleagues of Sanskrit Department. I want to express my gratitude to all the guests present today. I congratulate all the students and participants for their active participation. Thank you, everyone, once again for making this webinar a great success. I would end my speech here.
Thank you also, Madam Momita Das. And now, अधुना अध्यक्ष महोदयानाम् अनुमति क्रमेण प्रथम सत्रस्य तत्र समाप्तिं भविष्यति। इतः परम् अस्माकं कृते मुख्यातिथि मुख्यवक्तृत्वेन भविष्यन्ति अस्माकं प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर जे.एस.आर.ए. प्रसाद महाभागाः। तर्हि अध्यक्ष महोदयानाम् अनुमति क्रमेण अस्य सत्र समाप्यते।
हरि ओम्।
अस्तु, हरि ओम्। अस्तु, अधुना वयं तु प्रथमः शैक्षणिकसत्रं प्रति चलामः। अस्मिन् प्रथमे शैक्षणिकसत्रे सम्मानितातिथिरूपेण वक्तृत्वेन जे विराजन्ते ते भवन्ति भारतवर्षस्य तेलंगाना प्रदेशस्य हैदराबाद विश्वविद्यालयस्य संस्कृत शिक्षा विभागस्य मुख्यः आचार्यः प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर जे.एस.आर. प्रसाद महाभागाः। महाभागानां विषये आदौ तर्हि वयं किञ्चित् तेषां विषये जानीमः। वस्तुतः एते महाभागाः संस्कृत मातुः योग्य सेवकाः, शास्त्रेषु कृतभूरि परिश्रमाः, मन्यातिमन्याः विद्वांसः। वस्तुतः एतेषां महाभागानां कार्य तत्र विश्वविद्यालये यद्यपि न्याय प्रभृति दर्शनादिषु शास्त्रेषु एते मूर्धन्यभूताः सन्ति, तथापि विशेषतः आयुर्वेद शास्त्रं प्रति अनुसंधानात्मक विषयं प्रति महाभागानां यथेष्टः तत्र प्रवेशः वर्तते। बहूनां शोधार्थीनां गवेषकानां मार्गदर्शनम् अनेन विहितं। मुख्यतः दर्शनशास्त्रेषु आयुर्वेद शास्त्रेषु बहुविधं गवेषणात्मकं कार्यं कृतवन्तः। आयुर्वेद शास्त्रे भारतीय समग्रेस्मिन् भारतवर्षे बहिरोपि बहूनि गवेषणापत्राणि एतैः महाभागैः तत्र प्रति उपस्थापितानि। संस्कृत शास्त्रेषु निहितं भारतीय मनस्तत्त्वं प्रति अपि एतेषां विशेष रुचिः विद्यते। गवेषणा पद्धतिम् अवलम्ब्य बहुपत्रपत्राणि राष्ट्रीय अन्तर्राष्ट्रीय चर्चासत्रेषु उपस्थापितानि। भारतीय चिकित्सा शास्त्रम् आधारीकृत्य बहवः ग्रन्थाः अनेन विरचिताः। महोदयानां विशेषत्वं भवति प्राचीन संस्कृत शास्त्रेषु निहितानाम् आधुनिक विज्ञान सम्बन्धीनां तत्त्वानाम् उन्मोचनम् इति। एतेषां महोदयानां कृते एते महोदया अधुना अस्माकं कृते राराजन्ते इति कृत्वा विभागपक्षतः मत्पक्षतः स्वागतं सुस्वागतं व्याहरामि। अधुना मया अनुरुध्यन्ते प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर जे.एस.आर. प्रसाद महाभागाः तेषां स्वकीय वाग्वचोभिः अस्मान् सनाथयन्तु इति। ओवर टू प्रोफेसर प्रसाद महाभागा।
नमो नमः। नमामि धन्वन्तरि मादिदेवं सुरासुरैर्वन्दित पादपद्मं लोके जरारुग् भयमृत्युनाशम् इति रीत्या धन्वन्तरेः प्रार्थनां कुर्वन् एतादृश्यां महत्यां संगोष्ठ्यां मादृशस्यापि अल्पज्ञस्य स्थानं कल्पितवद्भ्यः आयोजकेभ्यः सर्वस्य आदौ मम प्रणामान् विनिवेदयामि। तत्र अस्यां संगोष्ठ्यां कार्यक्रमस्य निर्देशकाः वर्तन्ते प्रिन्सिपल् प्रोफेसर् अमित कुमार दे महाभागाः, एवम् अस्य संगोष्ठ्याः संयोजकाः डॉक्टर शुभमे पहारी महाभागाः, एवं संस्कृतविभागाध्यक्षाः श्री प्रलयशंकर अधिकारी महाभागाः, एवं तत्र दृश्यते संपूर्णे कार्यक्रमे संपूर्णः विभागः कटिबद्धः कार्यक्रमस्य साफल्यतायै अहरहः कार्यं तत्र करोति इति ज्ञायते। उदाहरणार्थं प्रथमसत्रे अस्माभिः दृष्टमासीत् कियन्तः अध्यापकाः सत्रे सन्निविष्टाः इति। मिसेस् नीतू मण्डल, मिसेस् मैत्री जना, एवं डॉक्टर प्रदीप्त पंचाध्यायी, इदानीम् अस्मिन् सत्रे डॉक्टर विश्वेश्वर पाणिग्राही, एवञ्च मिसेस् मौमिता दास् इति वस्तुतः अत्यन्तं हृद्यमस्ति। सर्वोऽपि विभागः अत्र कस्मिंश्चित् कार्यक्रमे एवं रीत्या तत्रापि कस्याञ्चित् कलाशालायां विश्वविद्यालयेष्वपि एतादृश अवसरः प्रायः अधिकतया न भवति इति मम आशयः। अतः एतान् सर्वान् अपि हार्दान् सर्वेभ्यः हार्दान् धन्यवादान् सूचयित्वा मम अभिनन्दनान्यपि ज्ञापयामि। I would like to congratulate the principal and the faculty members of Department of Sanskrit, Prabhat Kumar College, for organizing such an excellent webinar on a very contemporary topic, Ayurveda and modern life. Though I know very little, I have been working in this area because of my philosophy background for the last couple of years, more than a decade. And I'm thankful to Dr. Shubhamai, my good friend, for a generous introduction for which I'm not eligible. In fact, prema atishayeneva taihi tadusha parachayah kritah ityeva aham chintayami. When sarve vidyarthinah, I am also a student like you, many who joined here. So this is my humble submission. Going ahead, really I joined late because of a meeting in the administration, but I joined by the time when Dr. Sushil Nathji was completing his speech. He was talking about the potentiality in Ayurveda, particularly with regard to the kind of solutions that are available for chronic problems, chronic diseases in Ayurveda. That is one thing I like very much. And he said that Sanskrit is the treasure house of the knowledge of Ayurveda. That is very much true. That is very correct. On that basis only, people like us in a science-oriented university in University of Hyderabad have been working in this area, considering the philosophical foundations of Ayurveda. When I started to look into the fundamentals of Ayurveda, really I was stunned. Never I thought that such a potential is taught in the name of philosophy and also in the name of medicine. In the modern biomedicine, this philosophy is, I think, if I'm not wrong, totally missing. This is where Ayurveda has a tremendous potential to offer to the modern society. The keynote speaker, Mamapi Gurukalpaha, Kada Ejepitesham Parcheh Hanajataha, Dharmashastra, Tallajaha, Acharyaha, Brajkumar, Brajbhushan, Swain Mahashaya, Prana Vishe te Avadan, Pancha Mahabhutana Vishe te Vadan, Tridosha Navishe, Samyakta Vivechan Kritavandaha, Tatra Pratekasa Doshasya, Panchabhotikatva, Sambandha Kadhamastiti. At the same time, he also spoken about the mental temperaments related to the Trigunas. And he has given a very elaborate description even on the 7 tissues called Saptadhatus. In fact, that is a wonderful keynote to start with when you are opening the seminar. That set the proper tone for the key. That is the theme of the seminar, I believe. So what I do is, I will take up one particular dimension from his speech, and I would like to expand further. There might be kind of overlappings, but I would like to tell about kind of idea that may generate some sort of further thinking in the learned audience. All my pranams to the all learned audience who are gathered here online, scholars, students, everybody. So I have also seen one of the abstracts is on the nutrition. My presentation is essentially addressing the principles of food and nutrition in Ayurveda for modern life. So now what I do is I have a small presentation prepared. I would like to present it. Before that, may I ask Dr. Shubhamaiji or any coordinator, how much time is existing for me so that I can confine to that part?
Take your time, sir, please. Take your time.
Okay, because I'm worried. We are starting the session at the, just the beginning of the lunch hour. So, I was worried about that part.
But we are eagerly waiting for your lecture.
No, this is simple information I'm going to, some kind of thought provoking. That's it. If some of you think further in direction, certainly I'm done with my job. I'm only trying to inform something. Let me connect my power card. I think the battery is running out. Just a moment, please.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Take your time.
Thank you very much. Now I think the presentation is visible. If I go for a full screen, can you please confirm whether that is still visible on the screen?
No problem, sir.
Because sometimes this full screen is not visible. The slides are not moving in Google Meet.
Yes.
So that is the reason I'm asking. Can you please confirm, sir, still that is visible on the screen?
Visible, but not full screen, sir.
Oh, I think there is a problem. Yesterday also I got the same thing. Anyway, I will quit the full screen, then I will go with the normal presentation. Yes. Now, yes. 1 second. Yes. These are the salient points I would like to address. The impact of space on health, because there is a saying in Taittiriya Upanishad, Annam Pranam, Annam Apanam, Annam Mrityam, Tam Jivitamahuhu. Everything that sustains, the life forms is sustained on the food and food and alone. You call it as vegetarian, non-vegetarian, particularly the food. Adyatayati Annam, Articha. Both ways, this particular concept has a different connotation. Without food, there is no life at all. Without life, there is no creation in the universe. That is why food has a greater role in sustaining the health of the human being. The definition of Ayurveda says that swasthasya swasthya rakshana, vikarasya atura prashamanancha. This is the definition given by Shishruta. Swasthasya swasthya rakshana. Who can be called as a swastha? Samadosha, samagvishya, samadhatu malakriyaha, prasanna atmendriya manaha. Swastha ityabhiti. The one who stays in himself or herself is called swastha. What is that himself or herself being? The equilibrium of all the doshas, equilibrium of all the dhatus, equilibrium of all the malas, and the homeostasis of the atma, manas, and indriyas. No need to translate. This is called the actual definition of swasthya, which is very crystal clear as per Ayurveda Samhitas. So, swasthasya swasthya rakshana. When you compare to modern medicine, they try to treat the patient. They try to address the disease. Whereas it is total inverse in the approach of Ayurveda. Ayurveda definitely looking at the constitution. Professor Swain Mahodaya Kathayantaha Asan Etad Vishay. It looks at the Prakriti, constitution, which is 7 phenotypes. The Vata, Pitta, Kapha, Pitta, Kapha, etc. Like this 7, even the 3 together is also a 7th Prakriti out of the 7 phenotypes. That is where the particular aim of the Ayurveda is Ayurvedasya prayojanam kimiti prishte sati prayojanam idameva swastasya swastha rakshana, because the prevention is better than cure is a saying in English. This is where the preventive aspect is highlighted by Ayurveda in the first phase itself. Instead of looking at the treatment of the disease, treating the disease, rather it asks us to stop the disease. So, aturasya vikara prashamanamcha, the second part of the definition, aturaha is a rogi. And vikara prashamanamcha, it is trying to, cure the patient from the root level. That is why there is a holistic approach in the treatment of Ayurveda, whereas the same thing is missing because of the minimalistic approach based on the Western science in the modern medical science. Okay.
টাইপ করছিলাম বুঝলেন
So this is where annam, the food, has a greater role in the human health. And we take the food, it gives a nutrition. According to the nutrition, the energy is released in the body. How and all that is discussed in Ayurveda, I would like to show some tips only. I don't speak much on this thing, but I would like to only show some tips how and all rasas have an influence on the human health. And the types of food, the satvika, rajasika, tamsika kind of 3 types of food that is discussed in most of the shastras. And there is a concept called viruddhahara, incompatibility in the foods. That also causes the health and disease as well. And some, I would like to quote some miscellaneous examples. Okay, going ahead. Here, there is the importance of food is described by Kashyapa. Kashyapa is an expert in the pediatrics. He says in Kashyapa Samhita, Nacha ahara samankinchit vaishajyam upalabhyate shakyate pannamatrena narakartam niramayaha. How beautiful the shloka is. No medicine is required. Annam itself is the medicine for the person to maintain one's health. Nacha ahara samankinchit vaishajyam upalabhyate. Vaishajyam consists all the therapeutic things, right? So in this, ahara itself is akrete ahara, is it not? So medicines are unnecessary for the patient who does take care of food habits. Medicines are unnecessary for the patient who does not take care of food habits. In fact, this is a kind of subhashitam. Padhe sati gadarthasya kimoshadha nishevanam. Padhe asati gadarthasya kimoshadha nishevanam. Both ways, just to put an amagraha that changes the meaning of the sentence. That is why medicines are unnecessary when you are taking care of your own food habits. Consumption of incompatible foods is a prime cause in the context of mental disorders. So, at the end of this presentation, I would like to also take you to a new research area called nutritional psychiatry. That is why purposely I am quoting the statement here, consumption of incompatible food is the prime cause in the context of mental disorders. Let us see how it goes. Now I start with this idea of rasas. Rasas have been elaborately discussed in the Charaka Samhita. In most of the Samhita texts, you can come to know about the concepts and theories that are ascribed to the rasas. Kattamla, Krishna, Tiksha, Luksha, Vidahina, as Gita says. Madhura, Amla, Lavana, Katuka, Shaya, Tikta. These are the 6 rasas, as we know it very well. But these rasas definitely have a greater role in human health. I think except Ayurvedic physicians, except Ayurvedic scholars, people are not very much aware what kind of food is being ingested inside. At the same time, how it is influencing the bodily cell development and cell growth, how the tissue metabolism is taking place, how the people are getting influenced by negatively or positively by the consumption of different rasas. This, I think, we'll discuss now. See, when rasas are taken in proportion, they sustain the equilibrium. Equilibrium is the samatva. That is the swasthya. Just now we have looked into the definition of the swasthya. The proportionate consumption of rasas definitely helps to sustain our own homeostasis. Then excess consumption of causes. If you take the rasas in excess, I have some information on the lateral side, how that causes abnormalities and chronic diseases, as said in Charaka Sharirasthana. This is one point that we need to look into seriously. And there is another concept, Ati Yoga, Ayoga, and Midhya Yoga. I think very, very wonderful concepts given by Acharyas in the Ayurveda Shastra or Vaidyakiya. Excessive use, this is Ati Yoga. Underuse, Ayoga. Improper use, Midhya Yoga. These are the food substances and senses too. This applies. In food substances, consumption, definitely these three types of ayogas. Ayoga in the sense excessive or under or improper uses of any of these food substances. At the same time, the Ati Yoga, Ayoga, Midhya Yoga of Indriyas, the senses, may lead to psychosomatic diseases. So that is where even an economist and sociologist like Kautilya mentions in the Arthashastra, Karna Tvagakshi, Ikva Ghanendriyana, Shabdasparsharupa Rasagranthesh, Avit Pratipattihi Indriyajayaha. Look at the beautiful definition given by a non-medical person. How can we say that he doesn't know medicine? Yes, in fact, we have worked on a project in which under Arthashastra, we have collected the medical information that is going to be a book. This is where yataha shastranam paraspara purakatvam asti ata ete vishayaha anyeshu shastreshu chirchante अस्मिन् सन्दर्भे काश्यपः एवं कथयति आरोग्यञ्च अग्निदीप्तिश्च जन्तोः सर्वरसासनात् तस्मात् एकरसाभ्यासम् आरोग्यार्थि विवर्जयेत्. The beginning of the text itself, 40th sloka. Agni-dipti, for the Agni is good because Agni Moolam Balam Pumsam Bala Moolam is Jeevitam, told by Charaka. If the metabolic fire is intact, I think you are healthy. If you are maintaining everything, but your Agni is very poor, of course, three types of Agni they are speaking, then definitely the person is liable to get inflicted with kind of disease or ailment. Arogyam, swasthyam, the health, and the metabolism of the body, jantoh sarvarashasanata, you have to consume all types of rasas. Then only these two things will be maintained intact, arogya and agnidipti. Nityam sarvarasabhyasi, Charaka says at one place, you have to consume all rasas every day. In South India, especially on the day of Yugadi, okay, that's the beginning of the year, we Telugus, we take a small, kind of mixture of all the tastes made of different ingredients. And all six, mostly six rasas can be tasted only once in a year. But what Charaka says, every day, nityam. Tasmad ekrasabhyasam arogyarthi vivarjed. One should avoid consuming only on one rasa. It should not depend. Or she should not depend. This is what is the injunction given by the acharyas like this. Now going a little deep into the concept of the rasas, as acharya Swair Mohadaya Kathayantaha Asam, Vatapitta Kafanam Vishe, Rasanam Vishe, Atra Kahava Rasaha, Kam Dosham Nyuni Karoti, Kasya Doshasya Urdhim Karoti iti Vishe, Atra Ramyam Udaharanam Drishyate Charake. The sweet taste increases kapha in the body, whereas it decreases vata and kapha. There is a beautiful shloka in Ashtanga Hridayam. Tatradya marutam ghranti trayas tiktade kapham kashaya tikta madhuraha pittamanyeti kurvate. See how beautifully has he classified the effect of rasas and doshas. Because dosha mala moolam is sharira, that's what we say in Ayurveda. Dosha is your curriculum vitae. That is our CV. That mental traits and physical traits are known through the physiology of the person itself. If you are a good Vaidya, by looking at the person itself, you can identify what kind of mental and physical constitution the person is having. For example, look at me, because I have opened my video. I am a Vata predominant person, Vata Kapha, mine is. So the frame itself is giving an idea what kind of person he is. If he is a Vatika person, what kind of mental makeup he could have. And accordingly, we can understand the world. This helps us a lot to know better. And they look at the sore, that is Madhura is decreasing the Pitta and Vata, but increasing the Kapha. But Amla Rasa, that is sour, is decreasing Vata, but increasing both Pitta and Kapha. And the third Rasa, that is saline, Lavana Rasa, is decreasing the Vata, and at the same time, it increases Pitta and Kapha in the body. What does it mean? When you attribute yourself to particular constitution, accordingly, you need to look at what kind of taste you are consuming predominantly. Because some people eat a lot of sweets, some people are fond of eating a lot of salty foods. Is it not? This is where whether this is conducive to your constitution. Prakriतेः विरुद्धमस्ति वा अथवा नास्ति वा इति विषये अस्माभिः सम्यक् विचारः करणीयः. This is where the concept of rasas and its effect on doshas is definitely is needed. Is needed the earth to understand in the modern context, because we talk about the modern life and Ayurveda. And the pungent rasa, katu, that is that increases the vata and pitta, whereas it decreases the kapha. Kashaya, that is astringent taste, it reduces both the pitta and kapha, but increases vata. If you are a vata type of person, let us not consume. Definitely. Why? Because it only increases vata. That will not going to help you. And finally, the sixth rasa, pitta, that is bitter, that decreases both pitta and kapha, and at the same time, it increases vata. Now, what kind of foods are there attributed to these rasas? If you know that, definitely we try to confine ourselves to the principles of eating or principles of food that are narrated in Samhitas. Look at the sweet taste, Madhura Rasa, which is made up of two Mahabhutas, Jalam and Prithvi. This is the outcome of Jalam and Prithvi. And as I already mentioned, it only increases Kapha, but it decreases Vata and Pitta. That means a Vatika person should not consume more of sweets. He or she should not fond of the sweets. What are the sweets? Here I have mentioned fruits, vegetables, grains, legumes, nuts and seeds, dairy and eggs. In all these, there are some examples. In fruits you have banana, vegetables you have beets and carrots, grains you have corn, rice.
Arpita Chakraborty, please mute, ma'am.
That is why you need to identify, first of all, what kind of food ingredients are being ingested inside at your home or outside, and what kind of effect that could be there on your particular prakriti. The qualities that sweet is having, that is heavy, that is guru, cold shita, oil is snigdha, swart mudhu, is relatively difficult to digest. Normally, in general, there are some people whose agni is very good, definitely they will digest and they will enjoy. So the grounding and building kind of things, nourishing kind of things is done by the Madhura Rasa. And what it results in? It results in sharing. If you take in appropriate ratio, definitely it increases the love in the mind. And there is a kind of quality called sharing. Because in sharing, joy increases. Is it not? Compassion, karuna, joy, santoshaha, happiness, bliss, anandaha, that promotes a sattva guna. But at the same time, if you are fond of sweet taste, Madhura Rasa, and you are taking excess, definitely it increases some negative qualities. Because neither it should be very high, nor it should be very low. It should be appropriate and proportionate to the consumption and constitution. And it increases the attachment to the thing. All our Shastras say that get detached. But through food, you are increasing your attachment to the world. Definitely, that is not going to help us. The greediness, the lobha, raga and the lobha and possessiveness, the mamata is astikalu. That should not be there. Excess, greed, these kind of negative traits. And what is the direction? Direction is told very nicely in Charaka Samhita. This Madhura Rasa is having a descending direction, because Apana Vayu is there in the anal region. It activates a Apana Vayu. When Apana is good, I think the health is good. Because Swain Mahodayaha, Acharya, Kathentahasan, Prana Vishay. Apana, prana and apana, these two things are very, very important out of the 5 types of pranas that they have described. Now let us look into other rasa. The after Madhura, this Amla rasa. Tejas and Prithvi Bhutas are making up this. That means Amla rasa is outcome of the combination between Tejas and Prithvi. What is Tejas Prithvi? I need not to translate. All of us are well aware. And as I already explained to you, it decreases Vata. But Pitta and Kapha are increased. What are the qualities? It is liquid, it is Drava, it is light, it is Laghu, and it is oily, it is Snigdha, and it is hot, it is Ushna. There are different gunas as opposed to the Vaiseshika gunas. There are Paradi gunas, and there are Shabdadi gunas that are accepted in Ayurveda. So Guru, Shita, there are 10 plus 10, there are 20 gunas, there are opposite gunas also. If it is Ushna, Shita is its opposite. Laghu is opposite to Guru, something like that. Then it affects in appreciation, understanding, discrimination, comprehension when taken in proportion. That is the meaning. But like in the case of Madhura Rasa, we have seen earlier, excess consumption of the sour taste definitely increases negativity, criticism, jealousy, rejection, hate, agitation, selfishness, hyperactivity. This hyperactivity is in children is okay, but in the elders, I think it looks very ugly. What does it mean? Let us try to decrease the sour component in the food so that our mental makeup will be intact. And it's a direction like it also activates Apana Vayu. Definitely it is going to help a lot. But we need to look into this aspect. Excess is always dangerous. And these are the categories in which you can find this sour, because you could be able to see on our screens. I'm not going to read all those details. I will go ahead. Now let us look at third rasa. That is saline, Lavana rasa. Lonati Jarjam, it is Lavana. That's what Amarakosha gives the etymology. Lonati Jarjam Lonati Chetta. Kim Karoti Asya Gunaha Vartunte, heavy, oily, hot are the gunas attributed to the saline taste. It is Guru, and it is Snigdha, it is Ushna. But the proper consumption increases some kind of traits in us, the courage, dhairyam, confidence, enthusiasm, and the interest is taken when in proportions. But definitely it also has a negative side and consumed in excess. More of salty things, more of salt consumption in the food. Temptations, addictions, attachment, greed, possessiveness, irritability. So there are a lot of problems in this negativity which we really don't want. So what we need to do, we need to correct at the consumption level of the food ingredients. So we need to categorize. That is why in these categories, vegetables, dairy, meat and fish, spices and flavorings, definitely have this saline taste where we need to take care of. And the fourth rasa, that is Teja and Vayu, Anayoho Sanyogena, pungent is the rasa that is being produced. Katu is the rasa here. What are the qualities attributed here? It is hot, it is Ushna, it is Ruksha, it is Laghu, it is Tikshna, that is sharp. That means it penetrates in the microchannels, and it has a quality called aroma and aromatic in nature. And it results in what are the good things? Enthusiasm, excitement, curiosity, clarity, vitality, vigor, so on and so forth. But excess consumption of this rasa will result in irritability, aggressiveness, anger, rage, competitiveness, and envy. These are all enemies to the human being. Now we are trying to understand how food influences our mind. Now going ahead with the fifth rasa, Kashaya rasa, that is astringent called. It is an outcome of Vayu and Prithvi Mahabhutas. And it is dry, it is cold, and is heavy in the quality. Look at the categories given here, the apples, bananas, etc. That means these ingredients have these qualities. That's what I would like to mention while telling about these rasas. The consumption of this rasa, astringent, kashaya, is reflecting in the stable, unified, collected mind. Because manayo manushyanam karanam bandha mokshayoho. Everything is controlled by the mind, of course, which is again controlled by the buddhi, because that is the determinative faculty. But basically, we talk about manas in context of sankalpa and vikalpa. So, excess of consumption, this kashaya, results in fear, anxiety, nervousness, depression, and the biggest problems of the modern society in the modern life. Rigidity, resentment, harshness, these are all the things attributed to this rasa when you taken in excess. It taken in good proportion, it is stable, it is unified. So for all these rasas, definitely these are the things attributed which are very much important for us to contemplate upon. And it is a direction that draws inward. And now we come to the last rasa, Tikta rasa. Tikta rasa is outcome of Vayu and Akasha Mahabhutas. Bitter taste. The gunas attributed to this Tikta are cold, Shita, light, Laghu, and dry, Ruksha. These are the qualities. You can look at these vegetables, bitter melon, leafy greens, or sesame seeds, sesame oil. In all these, you can find these qualities. There may be many more. I have only quoted very few examples here, but that gives an idea of what and all we need to consider. But excess results in cynicism, rejection, boredom, isolation, separation, loneliness. Oh my God. All negative traits. I think none of us want this, right? That is why we need to look into the concept of rasas, and this is the summary what now we have discussed so far. It is the pungent, bitter, and astringent rasas aggravate vata, while sweet, sour, and saline pacify it. Pungent, sour, and saline rasas aggravate pitta, while sweet, bitter, and astringent one they pacify it. Finally, the sweet, sour, and saline rasas aggravate kapha, while pungent, bitter, and astringent pacify it. So this excessive intake of rasas could be disastrous, that we come to know. But on which way it is disastrous, I try to put in some information here. I don't want to read everything here, but just Salipula Kanyayena atra kinchid vaktam ichchami. Madhurarasasya adhika sevanena kim bhavati causes obesity, softness, laziness, excessive sleep, heaviness, loss of desire for food, poor digestion with the mildness of the appetite, abnormal growth in mouth and throat, dyspnea, cough, coryza, alasaka, so on and so forth. Like this, for all these rasas, it results in these many problems. Is it really required for us? Because everybody want to live happily and healthy. That is the goal. Because Kalidasa says, Sharira Madhyam Kala Dharma Sadhana in Kumar Sambhava. Unless the body is healthy, how do you achieve your short-term or long-term goals? Long-term goals, as per the spirituality, you have the moksha, of course. But still, you have so many things you need to perform as part of your pravritti. Nivritti, forget about that. The success of nivritti is based on pravritti. But in pravritti, you are not successful. In order to being successful, first of all, you should take care of your food habits, because the food is giving nutrition. Nutrition is influencing the both physical and mental health. There is a clear-cut inherent relation between all this, like the Tridosha, Triguna, and Tridhatu, having different, Panchamahabhuta, not Tridhatu, having an inherent relation amongst them. They are like triad. Similarly, these have a greater impact on our health. Now, going ahead, one more point I would like to add, particularly the women who are conceived and who are pregnant. For them, what kind of things have been restricted? Excess consumption of rasas are, let us take one or two examples. Maybe I will cut short my presentation because so much information I have encoded here. Maybe in another 5-10 minutes I will wind it up. But here, the points that are very much useful for a pregnant person, pregnant lady, are Madhura Nitya, Pramehina Mukam Matisthulam va. The lady is fond of Madhura Rasa, Madhura Nitya, that means every day she consumes. Pramehinam, Premaha is the diabetes loosely when it is translated. because there are 20 types of pramehas mentioned in Ayurveda. But diabetes is one of the pramehas. So pramehinam, mukam, the dumb fellow, adistulamba, the obese, amla nitya, raktapittinam, this is a kind of blood disorder. And tvagakshi there are congenital problems in the skin or in the eyes, etc. Lavananitya, Shigravali Palitam, they are getting very early the gray hairs and also bald head. These days, I think small children we see wearing spectacles from the 3rd year onwards. And Vali and Palitam, these two things are also causing a problem in the current younger generation. That is where you need to correct at root level. Shishrata speaks about a lot of precautions for a pregnant person. He has classified all the diseases into 3 categories: Adhyatmika, Adibhautika, and Adidevika. There more than 13 classification has done under these broad categories. One of them is meant for the pregnant ladies. They have to take care, utmost care about the fetus before delivery. And I don't read remaining, that is there. And going ahead with the types of food in Indian context, all of us are well aware that there are Satvika, Rajasika, and Tamasika types of food. Ayusattva Balarogya Sukha Priti Vivardhanaha Tasya Stigtha Siras Hrudyaha Ahara Satvika Priyaha. The Bhagavad Gita very clearly states food that augment the life, the firmness, that gives the firmness of the mind, that gives us the strength, that bestows us the health, and that also bestows happiness and delight. These are the Sattvika type of foods. Essentially, Bhagavad Gita here is not talking about vegetarian or non-vegetarian foods. Everything is classified into Sattvika, Rajasika, and Tamasika, 3 types only, whatever food you consider. That is why the Sattvika food gives us the joy, the contentment, and the enlightenment. That is why what Upanishad says, Ahara Shuddho, Sattva Shuddhi, Sattva Shuddho, Dhruva Spurtihi. The stepwise is the reflection. And these are the foods that has this Sattva Guna predominantly. Now, Rajasika food, there is a bitter and taste, it is sour, salty, very hot, pungent, dry and burning, etc., etc. The Rajasika foods feed the instincts of desire, kamaha. That is the root cause of everything in this world. Kamaha. Tasmadeta Trayantajet, Gita says that one of them is the prime culprit in all the corruption, mental corruption or physical corruption is kama, which is being generated by Rajasika guna. That is why the kind of food that we eat, let us try to check, verify whether how much component is there in this. Is Sattvika or Rajasika? And aggression, you become so aggressive when you consume more of Rajasika foods. Whether you are a vegetarian, non-vegetarian, don't be aggressive. That's it. It is simply telling. And jealousy, Asuya, is the biggest enemy for the human kind. And these are the foods which are having this kind of trait over there. And now look at the final classification, Tamasika food. Yatayamam gatarasam, puti, paryushitanchayat, uchishtramapi chamedyam, bhojanam tamasapriyam, food which is not properly cooked, it is lacking in essence and putrid and stale. This is considered to be Tamasika food. I have a friend in UK. When I asked what you are cooking today, no, we have cooked 1 week back. Why? Because we don't have time. That is one thing. Second thing is everything is not available readily. So we cook and keep in the refrigerator for 1 week. As per Shastra, that is Tamasika, but they can't help because there may be a question when we talk about the kind of principles. Definitely there is a question. Arey, what about us? We can't help. How can you give us a solution? Of course, there is exemption for everything. When there is Satvita, compatibility within the Sharira, definitely you can do such things. Not a problem at all. The Tamasika type of food generates you grief in you, the depression, fear, withdrawn behavior, and lethargy. Is it not enough to get permanently paralyzed in the mental health? That is where I think we need to take care of these aspects. And we know these are the foods that are having Tamasika quality. That is very clear from the Gita, 17th chapter, 8, 9, 10 slokas. Those who are interested, they can go through them. Very beautiful definition given by Bhagavan Krishna. And what is the prescription to health if you want to maintain it properly? There are principles of consuming food. There are Ashta Ayatanas, they have told. Then maintain a sattvic diet. Among all the three, Sattva Ahara, Sattvika Ahara is very, very important. Yuktahara Viharasya, Yukta Cheshtasya Karmasu, Yukta Sapnavabodhasya, Yogo Bhavati Dukkha. How beautiful the sloka is. And maintaining food, sleep, and celibacy. They are called the Traya Upastambhas in Ayurveda. Sattam, Atma, Shariram is the main pillar. Ahara, Nidra, and Brahmacharya are the sub pillars. If you maintain them properly, then the building called life is properly maintained on these main pillars and sub pillars. Now, when you are eating something, because as I told in the beginning, I'm only trying to talk about the food and nutrition and its impact. Now we should also consider a point under Desha. Does the food influence the environment? Or the environment influence the food psyche? Let me show some small images here so that you may get an idea what I'm trying to ask. So here there is a hotel. I think it is I don't know. There is this hotel in Hyderabad also who arrange the meals in the open space, particularly in the sky. There is a crane pulling them up. There is a nice table arranged, and you can book that in advance. That is the way they like to eat in the sky. And here you can see that the image is totally flooded, full of water up to the knees, and still they're doing their job. Here there is another small petty hotel just near to that drainage, and you can imagine kind of problems we are inviting when you eat. Particularly the people who eat the pani puri kind of chaat items. Most of the thing in my city, I see that they are in fact being prepared in such places, very unhygienic. Here is a man who is trying to show it or eat it, a banana underwater. Different psychologists, loko bhinna ruchihi. But here you can see some nice places, favorable places for eating. That is why they are hygienic and clean in nature. Cleanliness is next to godliness. And is there a role of accessories in eating the food? Yes, definitely. You can see here the images. There are golden vessels, there is a silver vessel, and here is the stainless steel. And also you have these patras in our area. Still we are able to get this, of course, not in abundance these days. In my childhood, I used to see a lot. Everybody is eating on these leaves only. Nowadays, the place has been occupied by the plastic and the paper. Mostly plastic is predominant in our utensils. One should eat in a favorable place. Shuchaudeshe upavishya, and with favorable accessories, because it is important to feel comfortable and satisfied while eating. Many of us watch TV while eating. Many of us, if I'm not wrong. Then we don't know what is being ingested inside, and we don't whether we are satisfied or not. That contention is not known when you are engaged in other activity, because your brain is engaged with some visual aid, and your hand and mouth are mechanically moving. Kim asmabhi khadyate iti vishye asmakam spruha na syat kadachit. Evancha, maintain a rhythm in eating. One should not eat too fast. Nati dhrutam ashriyat. So one should not eat too quickly to ensure the food does not get into the rank passage, because this esophagus has two channels now. By mistake, it goes to the nasal area. It is in fact giving a lot of problems, and you need to consult a surgeon in order to get it solved. It's not so easy, and that the person is able to ascertain the qualities and taste of the food, or even detect any defects in the food. All these things are not possible when you are not eating slowly. But at the same time, it should not be very slow. Nati vilambata mashniyat, Charaka says, one should not eat too slow. One does not get satisfaction if you do like that. One eats much, and the food becomes cold. It is digested irregularly. This is the problem when you eat too slow. I've seen some people, maybe 30 minutes is required for them to finish off their plate. Can we eat without laughing? Can we eat without talking? Personally, I prefer that let me not talk, but let me not laugh. But the point is, in most of the seminars and conferences in the universities and colleges, what we do is we talk more during the eating. But Shastra says, don't do that. But you may ask me how to manage. This is the Western model we are following, because something like Chai Pe Charcha, you are discussing important company aspects at the dining table. That is the Western model. In fact, that is not accepted in Ayurveda. One should not eat while talking or laughing. Ajahan, asahan, tanmana bhunjita. That's what Ayurveda says. One should eat with utmost concentration on the food. Okay? And one should eat with full concentration. Tanmanaha. Then knowing one's own constitution and taste. Just now we talked about the concept of taste. Prakritim rasam drishtva saha tatra bhunjita. And compatibility, suitability, that is called satmyata. Satmyahara is need to be preferred. Then a mindful eating is preferred not only in Ayurveda, but also in modern science, particularly the modern medicine. You feel the taste of the food when you mindfully eating. You get so relaxed. It also eat your favorite food first, last. Normally, Madhurena Samapayat is a vachanam. This is what they mean. And not multitasking. You are working on a computer, you are eating, and you are also trying to answer the calls on your mobile. That is a busy and sedentary lifestyle of the modern IT community. Information technology professionals. I've seen closely when I was working in Bangalore how they live. In fact, very, very, pathetic. But I can't help. More risk, much money. Sit at the real table. That is one of the things they are also preferring. Respect your body and health. Drink more water. Don't hurry. Just now we have seen Nati Dhrutam, Nati Vilamitam, etc. Cook and eat in a good mood. Mood is also very, very important. If you are in anger and you are trying to eat your food, definitely it creates chemical reactions inside the body, which is not good for the health. And this is why where to eat, why to eat, when to eat, how much to eat, etc. We need to concentrate upon. And probably I'm coming to the third part of my presentation. I'll complete in another 2-3 minutes. Incompatibility. Viruddhahara they are called. That which is antagonist with respect to Desha, Kala, Agni, Dosha. Suitability, Satyata. In fact, this is dose only, not dosha. But here dosha is mentioned again. Processing, potency, bowels, health condition, order, contraindication, etc. This is called Viruddhahara. And there are some hints or some tips here for people who belong to different religions. Arid zone. Basically, the bhumi is classified into 3 types. Jangala, Anupa, and Sadharana. Jangala is arid zone. Anupa is marshy zone. I think in West Bengal you have a lot of marshy zones, I think. And you have Sadharana. It is a mixture of both arid and marshy lands. In these places, people should take care of consuming the rough and sharp substances. The khara and tikshna dravyas, I mean. They are unctuous and cold and once in the marshy region, because the marshy region is predominantly kapha desha. The people who born in that area are predominantly kapha prakriti. That is why unctuous and cold ones increase kapha. It should have opposite dosha, where that is increased, so that both things are in balance. But kapha is getting on increased because they also kapha prakriti. Definitely it causes you an obstruction. It may lead to a kind of ama toxicity. Then definitely it leads to a disease. Rough and cold food in the winter, because already it is generating different difficulties. And the pungent and hot food in the summer, already hot outside, it generates more ushna in the body. Honey and ghee taken together in equal quantities is a dose. Equally, they should not be taken. Sweet and cold substances by a person accustomed to pungent and hot. And I think a few more points are here. Use of diet, drug, and behavior similar to doshas in properties, but adverse to the person's practice is antagonist to doshas. It's called viruddha. And similarly, antagonism And terms of potency is that when Shita Virya and Ushna Virya substances are taken in combinations, we see in hotels, people, they take coffee or tea. After some time, probably they may eat some ice cream. In fact, that is a Viruddha Virya. Virya Viruddha Nashniya. That is also told. So we need to take care of these habits which are governing our mental and physical health. So in order also, there is certain thing like one takes food before excreting feces and urine. Mutra mala visarjanat paschadeva tatra ahara sevanam karyam पूर्वं कृतं चेत् तस्य जीर्णीकरण महान् क्लेशः भवति. एवं कुकिंग विषये, कॉम्बिनेशन विषये, क्वालिटी विषये, रूल्स विषये सर्वत्र नियमाः उक्ताः वर्तन्ते. एते यदि अन्यथा अस्माभिः स्वीकृताः, अर्थात् नियमविरुद्धं तत्र अस्माभिः सेविताः, तर्हि these are the problems a person is going to encounter: impotency, blindness, erysipelas, ascites, pustules, insanity, fistula in ano, fainting, narcosis, tympanitis, and whatnot. This is a list of all kinds of problems because you are consuming the incompatible food, viruddhahara. That is very, very dangerous. That is why. Yeah. There is a beautiful shloka here with regard to consumption of the curd. Sharad Grishma Vasanteshu Prayeshu Dadhi Garhitam. Raktapitta Kapotteshu Vikaresh Rahitanchayat. Curd is prohibited in the autumn, summer, and spring. And it is also unwholesome because it is creating problems like hemothermia, where your body temperature is not according to the room temperature. The body has its own mechanism to maintain the internal temperature. You lose that particular capacity. And disorders of kapha is also there when you consume the curd in these prohibited seasons. What happens? What are the contraindications when you consume in the prohibited time and season? Jara, fever, asukpitta. This is a blood disorder. Then Visarpa, herpes, kushta is a skin disorder. Kushta not necessarily means leprosy. There are greater discussion in Sushruta Samhita about 7 layers of the skin, which is even not there in modern medicine for many years. Pandu is anemia. Amaya is accumulation of the toxicity. Ama is a toxin in the body which is not digested properly. And Brahma, that is giddiness. Kamala is the jaundice. In fact, a person afflicted with the Kamala has only solution in Ayurveda. In modern medicine, what they give is Ayurvedic medicine only. That Live 52, some tablets made by Himalaya. That is a Ayurvedic medicine. There is no medicine for jaundice in the modern biomedicine. Vidhim hitva dadhi priyaha. So, if you're fond of eating curd, definitely you should take care of these points. But Ayurveda never says don't eat. It's only asking us to maintain a proportionate and meaningful consumption. And drinks, what are the drinks that can be taken after food? I'm completing in 1 minute. Stignoshnam, Marate Shastam, Pitte, Muthurashitalam, Kaphe Anupanam, Rukshnoksham, Shaye, Mansarasa Param. These are the points. Unctuous and hot drinks in conditions of vata. Sweet and cooling ones in conditions of pitta. Dry and hot ones in conditions of kapha. And at the same time, it is giving importance to non-vegetarian food also. Meat juices in wasting, that is emaciation, is called krishata, are considered to be the best. And basically, everything is dependent on the food and food alone. That is why Charaka says, Ahara Sambhavam Vastu. Vastu means Asmakam Shariram Ityarthaha. Rogasha Ahara Sambhavaha. All the diseases are originated based on the food and food alone. Ahara Sambhavaha. Kita Hita Visheshacha, Vishesha Sukadukhayoho. Kita Visheshat Sukham, Ahita Visheshat Dukkham Ityarthaha. And finally, ethical behavior is very much required in maintaining one's health. It is linked with the promotion of good health. And unethical behavior, this ethical behavior is known as Achara Rasayana Sadvrutta in Ayurveda, have been described as that which creates imbalances, asamatavalyata in the body. Indeed, seen from a modern perspective, undesirable behavior has been seen to produce a whole lot of disturbed endocrinological, nervine, and enzymatic imbalance in the body. I think these terms may make sense even for a modern people, because we talk about Ayurveda at the same time, it has a parallel and equivalence in modern medicine also. That is why Charaka says, Kitashi syat, mitashi syat, kalabhoji jitendriyaha, Pashyan rogan bahun kashtan buddhiman vishamashanat. There is a spelling mistake here. You may excuse me. Vishamashanat is the word. I think the meaning is very clear. And finally, let me say this and conclude. These are the new emerging research areas. Medical humanities. I think so many departments coming together are working in interdisciplinary research area, philosophy, ethics, the communication, the arts, etc. But health humanities is only limited to humanities and fine arts. That is the difference between medical and health humanities. Nutrition psychiatry. So far, whatever we talked about is nothing but nutrition psychiatry, I can say. In foreign countries, this interest is growing like anything, and they are working in this area very seriously. Nowadays, doctors realize the importance of a nutritionist in all hospitals, not only in foreign countries, in India also. I think it's a good hospital. Definitely, a nutritionist is appointed. Nutrition is taking care of the needs of the different patients. That is where this Ayurvedic component is very, conveniently merged. Ayurgenomics, how the gene is the behavior is influenced by the genes. It is called Ayurgenomics. Epigenetics, epi means above, top of. Genetics, without disturbing the DNA, how the gene is getting modified because of these things. A close overlapping between Ayurgenomics and epigenetics. And finally, reverse pharmacology, etc. This reverse pharmacology looking at kind of, there is forward pharmacology and reverse pharmacology also. Pharmacology where you are doing this in vivo, in vitro lab tests, where the animal trials are employed. This is the forward thing. The reverse is we take the drug and from there we come down. Sthula sukshmam prati, sukshmat sthulam prati iti dvidha asya vibhaga bhavitumarhati. Evam ritya bahavaha vishayaha eshu dinesh vartante. Particularly, this is one of the components I try to explore and inform you, wherein much potential is stored. And considering this, definitely we can protect our health. We not to visit a doctor. We are doctor on our own. 80% of the diseases are cured just based on the food and food alone. That is why my prime focus was today was on the food, nutrition, health, and mental health. Once again, I thank you very much for giving me this great opportunity to talk to you. Even last year also have participated in one of the seminars. The way you conduct the webinars and all these programs is really commendable. And particularly the team, particularly in the SANSKRIT department, is highly dynamic and vibrant. I must congratulate you for this zeal and enthusiasm. You are a role model for many, I believe. Thank you very much for patient listening. Namaskara.
Thank you, Mahabhaga. Dhanyavadaः Mahabhagaः. वस्तुतः महोदयेन प्रदत्तं यत् आयुर्वेदस्य सम्भावनाः तत्र आयुर्वेदशास्त्रस्य मुख्यविषयान् आधारीकृत्य सम्यक् उक्तवन्तः। अनेन तथ्यसमृद्धेन वचनेन कृतकृताः वयं। वस्तुतः महोदयेन यत् प्रतिपादितं रसः विषये प्राणानामपि गुरुत्वं वर्तते इति। वस्तुतः गुणत्रयं सत्त्वरजस्तम गुणानाम् अस्माकं मानवीय प्रवृत्तेः कथं परिवर्तनं भवति गुणैः तदपि महोदयेन स्पष्टीकृतं। दोषेषु रसस्य प्रभावः वर्तते। तत्र अष्टांग हृदयादि ग्रन्थानाम् उद्धरणपूर्वकं वैज्ञानिकदृष्ट्या विश्लेषणं तु अनेन विहितं। पुनश्च मनसः कारणत्वं बन्धमोक्षयोः प्रतिपादितम्। अस्माभिः अपि मनसः संयमनं तदर्थम् आवश्यकं। वस्तुतः खाद्याभ्यासेन अस्माकं खाद्याभ्यासः कथं भवितव्यः तद्विषये अपि महोदयेन आलोचितवन्तः। विशेषतः गीतायाः श्लोकोद्धरणपूर्वकं युक्ताहार विहारस्य युक्तचेष्टस्य इत्यादि कथनेन तेन सह तु एथिकल बिहेवियर विषये अपि गुरुत्वं प्रकटितवन्तः। नैतिक व्यवहार अस्माकं जीवने नितान्तः आवश्यकः। रसानां प्रभाव मधुराम्ल लवण कटु तिक्त कषायादि तत्र रसानां विषयोऽपि शरीरमात्र खलु धर्म साधनम शरीर विषये तर्हि अस्माकं सर्वादौ प्रयत्नशीलाः वयं भवामः। शास्त्रीय भोजन विधि अनुसरणीयाः अस्माभिः। आयुर्वेदेन शारीरिकी सुस्थता मानसिकी सुस्थता भवति। निष्कर्षरूपेण वक्तुं शक्नुमः यत् महोदयैः प्रतिपादितं यदि खाद्याभ्यासः यथायथः स्यात् तर्हि 80% रोगाणां दूरीकरणं वयं स्वयमेव कर्तुं शक्नुमः इति। विषयस्मिन् निष्कर्षरूपेण तु चरकस्य एकं वाक्यं वक्तुम् इच्छामि। तेषां षण्णां रसानां पृथिवी समगुणातिरेकान् मधुरो रसः पृथिव्याग्निभूयिष्ठत्वाद् अम्लः सलिलाग्निभूयिष्ठत्वाद् लवणः वायुअग्निभूयिष्ठत्वाद् कटुकः वायुवाकाशातिरिक्तत्वाद् त्वत्तिकः पवन पृथिवी व्यतिरेकात् कषाय इति। यद्वा भवतु महोदयेन यद् निगदितं तदनुसारं यदि वयं चलामः नूनमेव सुखं भविष्यति। आयुर्वेदः न केवलं शारीरिकं सुस्थत्वं प्रतिपादयति अपि तु मानसिकसुस्थता अपि तत्र निहितम् इति कृत्वा महोदयेन प्रकटितं। तदर्थं मत्पक्षतः विभागपक्षतः अस्माकं महाविद्यालयपक्षतः कार्तकं कुसुमाञ्जलिं निवेदयामि आधमण्डं च प्रकटयामि महोदयानां कृते। नमो नमः। अस्तु तावत्। अधुना तु अस्माकं कृते अस्माकं तत्र पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन पत्रवाचनसत्रम् अस्ति। अस्तु क्षम्यतां। यदि महोदयानां आचार्याणां व्याख्यानमुपरि कस्यापि कोऽपि प्रश्नः स्यात् तर्हि प्रष्टुं शक्यते। मन्येः नास्ति कोऽपि कस्यापि प्रश्नः चैट बॉक्स मध्ये। तर्हि अग्रे चलामः। अधुना
कुछ बात
पत्र अस्ति खलु
Dr. Pahadi, there is no question in chat box.
अस्तु
So we can proceed.
ओके ओके ओके। तर्हि वयम् अग्रे चलामः। अधुना पत्रवाचन सत्रं वर्तते। पत्रवाचन सत्रे अध्यक्षपदम् अलङ्कुर्वन्ति अस्माकं साक्षादेव प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर JSR प्रसाद महाभागाः। संयोजकरूपेण तत्र भविष्यन्ति अस्माकं विभागस्य प्राध्यापकाः डॉक्टर विश्वेश्वर पाणिग्राही महाभागाः। ओवर टू डॉक्टर विश्वेश्वर पाणिग्राही महाभागा।
हेलो, श्रूयते वा?
आमां श्रूयते।
श्रूयते।
श्रूयते श्रूयते।
सम्प्रति अस्माभिः पत्रवाचनं समारभ्यते। तत्र सभापतिपदम् अलङ्करिष्यन्ति JRS प्रसाद महाभागाः। प्रथमतः अहम् आह्वानं करिष्यामि प्रतिभा दास, छात्री प्रतिभा दास।
श्रूयते वा?
श्रूयते।
अन्यः एका सूचना वर्तते। प्रत्येक पत्रवाचनस्य कृते तत्र निमेषचतुष्टयं निर्धारितं। तर्हि
तत्र एजुकेशन टेक्नोलॉजी माइक्रो टीचिंग इति भवति। पञ्चनिमेषे पाठनीयम्। अत्र एते छात्राः संशोधकाः अपि प्रशिक्षिताः भवेयुः। उत्तमः, समीचीनम्।
Already we are getting late for 1 hour.
Yes, definitely, Maitreyi ji. Acha, Pratibha ji, your countdown started 1:45. It is another 4 minutes. You may please finish up. You present your introduction. You give the actual content of the paper. Then you conclude. Maybe these 3 points are very important. That up to you. Within 3 minutes also you can do that. So we are very sorry for the inconvenience, but we are forced to do that. Thank you, and please proceed with the paper.
Thank
I
you.
will alert you once you cross the time.
सर्वेभ्यः नमो नमः। अहं प्रतिभादासः महाराज श्रीरामचन्द्र भञ्जदेव विश्वविद्यालयस्य केन्दुझर परिसरे एम्फिल् करोमि। अद्य अस्यां संगोष्ठ्यां रामायणे आयुर्वेदस्य परिकल्पना एका विहङ्गमदृष्टिः इति शीर्षकस्य उपरि किञ्चित् वक्तुम् इच्छामि। वैदिकलौकिकसंस्कृतयोः लौकिकसंस्कृतान्तर्गततया चतुर्विंशतिसहस्रसंहिता इति नाम्ना सुप्रसिद्धं रामायणं महामुनिना वाल्मीकिना विरचितम्। ऐतिहासिककाव्यमिदम् आदिकाव्यम् इति सर्वे जानन्ति। तस्मिन् रामायणे नैकेषु श्लोकेषु आयुर्वेदस्य चिकित्साशास्त्रस्य वा निरूपणं परिलक्ष्यते। यतोहि आयुर्वेदः अथर्ववेदस्य उपवेदः अस्ति। तेन आयुर्वेदस्य निरूपणं न केवलं रामायणे अपि तु ब्राह्मण आरण्यक उपनिषत्सु महाभारते पुराणेषु नैकेषु लौकिकसंस्कृतकाव्येषु च विलसति। आयुर्वेद इति नाम्ना यः उपवेदः स विद्वद्भिः पुण्यतमवेदनाम्ना विचिन्त्यते। यतोहि अन्ये वेदाः केवलं परलोके हितं साधयन्ति। आयुर्वेदस्तु लोकद्वये पुण्यतमवेदरूपेण आचख्यते। उक्तं यथा चरकसंहितायां तस्यायुष पुण्यतमो वेद वेदविदां मतः वक्ष्यते यन्मनुष्याणां लोकयः उभयः हितं। काश्यपमुनिस्तु आयुर्वेदं पञ्चमवेदरूपेण तथा ब्रह्मवैवर्तपुराणे आयुर्वेदं पञ्चमवेदरूपेण समाख्यातो अस्ति। रामायणे आयुर्वेदस्य परिकल्पना। रामायणे चिकित्सकस्य कृते सम्भवतः वैद्यशब्दस्य प्रयोगः सर्वप्रथमं परिलक्ष्यते। रामायणे बहूनां चिकित्सकानां समुल्लेखः प्राप्यते। तेषु युद्धचिकित्सकस्य महत्त्वं स्थानं च युद्धसमये परिवर्ति। यदि सैनिकैः सह युद्धचिकित्सकः न भवति तर्हि सः युद्धं कर्तुं नैव प्रभवति। रामायणे माता कौसल्या जानाति स्म यदि युद्धे कस्योपरि आघातः जायते तर्हि तस्य कृते कीदृशी दैवौषधी प्रदेया भवति। एतत् सम्भाव्यते यत् सा राज्ञः दशरथस्य अन्यस्य राजचिकित्सकस्य सकाशात् तज्ज्ञानं प्राप्तवती। कौसल्या श्रीरामं वनगमनसमये तस्य शिरसः उपरि अक्षतं चन्दनं संस्थाप्य सर्वसाधने समर्थस्य विशल्यकर्णी नाम्नः औषधिविशेषस्य बन्धनं रामस्य हस्ते करोति। तथा तस्य रामस्य गुणवर्धनाय मन्त्ररूपेण जपति। वाल्मीकि रामायणे मुनिः विश्वामित्रोऽपि श्रीरामं बला तथा अतिबला इति नाम्ना प्रसिद्धमन्त्रद्वयं प्रददाति। येन ते मन्त्राः रामस्य श्रमज्वरात् तथा रूपविकृतितः संरक्षितुं प्रभवन्ति। रामायणे अयोध्याकाण्डे वैद्यानां कृते विशेषरूपेण सम्मानं प्रकटीकृतं वर्तते। यदा भरतः श्रीरामम् अरण्यात् अयोध्यां प्रति प्रत्यावर्तयितुं निवेदयति तदा रामः कथयति, हे तात, किं भवान् देवानां पितॄणां भृत्यानां गुरुजनानां पितृसमानवृद्धानां वैद्यानां ब्राह्मणानां च सन्मानम् अकरोत्। प्रसङ्गेऽस्मिन् उक्तं यथा रामायणे कश्चिदेवान् पितॄन् भृत्यान् गुरून् पितृसमानापि वृद्धांश्च तात वैद्यांश्च ब्राह्मणश्चापि मन्यसे। रामायणे इतोपि वानरराज सुसेनः, वृक्षराज जाम्बवान्, हनुमान् इत्यादयः कुशलाः चिकित्सकाः आसन् इति वर्णितम् अवलोक्यते। रामायणे निरूपितानां वनस्पतीनाम् औषधीनां च सामान्यपरिचयः। वाल्मीकि रामायणे अनेकफलानां वनस्पतीनाम् औषधीनां च प्रयोगः अनेकेषां रोगाणां निवारणाय कथं कृतं तद्विषये सम्यक्तया निरूपितं वर्तते। तत्र वनस्पतिषु
प्रतिभाजी अर्धनिमेषे समापयन्तु कृपया। हाफ मिनिट प्लीज।
वनस्पतिषु अगुरः इति वनस्पतेः उपयोगं दृश्यते। चरकस्य मतानुसारम् अगरुः पित्तप्रशामक तथा काशरोगं दूरीकरोति। सुश्रुते मुनेः मतानुसारम् अयः अगरु कान्तिवर्धकं, कफनाशकं, कण्डुनाशकं, कुष्ठनाशकं च भवति। रामायणे अनेकेषु स्थानेषु एतस्याः अगरुवनस्पतेः प्रयोगः निरूपितः। अर्कः संस्कृते अयम् अर्कः राजर्कः विभावसु शुक्रफलम् इति नाम्ना प्रसिद्धम्। आयुर्वेदानुसारम् अर्कः वातरोगस्य, व्रणरोगस्य, कण्डुरोगस्य, यकृत्कुर्मिरोगाणां च निवारकः भवति। रामायणे एतस्य प्रयोगः क्वचित् दृश्यते। रामायणे अन्यासां कासाञ्चन सुप्रसिद्धानां वनस्पतीनां निरूपणं प्राप्यते। ताः वनस्पतयः दिव्यौषधिरूपेण समुल्लिखिता प्राप्यते। ता यथा विशल्यकरणी, बला, अतिबला, गजकन्दः, सञ्चीकरण, संधानी,
प्रतिभाजी कृपया समापय। निष्कर्षः।
एवं च रामायणे तेषां केषाञ्चन वानराणां तथा गरुडादीनां पक्षिणां वनस्पतीनां विषये ज्ञानं प्राप्यते। एवं च वाल्मीकिरामायणे सप्तकाण्डेषु नैकेषु पद्येषु विविधप्रसङ्गे आयुर्वेदस्य तथा तस्य चिकित्साविषये वर्णितानि परिलक्ष्यन्ते।
महान् सन्तोषः। दत्ते समये
अहम् अत्र समयानुसारं सालिपुलकन्यायेन किञ्चित् मात्रं प्रस्तुतवती। धन्यवादः।
अवश्यम् महान् सन्तोषः। सम्यक् आसीत्। भवतीनां पत्रं लोकद्वये हितं सम्पादयति आयुर्वेदः इति युद्धे शस्त्रचिकित्साविषये अगरु इत्यादीनाम् औषधानां विषये सम्यक् भवती प्रस्तुतवती। महान् सन्तोषः। अग्रेपि कार्यं क्रियताम्। अनन्तरं मैडम मैत्री जी, नेक्स्ट पार्टिसिपेंट
श्रूयते वा?
श्रूयते।
अतः परम् अर्घ्यगुप्ता।
श्रूयते।
वदतु, आरभ्यताम्।
नमो नमः। ॐ वर्णानाम् अर्थसङ्घानां रसानां छन्दसामपि मङ्गलानां च कर्तारौ वन्दे वाणिविनायकौ रामं रामानुजं सीतां भरतं भरतानुजं सुग्रीवं वायुसूनुं च प्रणमामि पुनः पुनः। मम नाम अर्घ्यगुप्तः। अहं बेलूडमठस्थितस्य रामकृष्ण मिशन विद्यामन्दिरम् इत्याख्यस्य स्वयंशासितस्य महाविद्यालयस्य संस्कृतविभागीयः गवेषकः। मम विषयस्तावत् आयुर्वेदशास्त्रस्य जीवनदर्शनं यथा प्रतिफलितं रामायणे भारतवर्षस्य यथार्थस्वरूपज्ञातार्थं वैदिकसाहित्यानां तथा रामायणमहाभारतानां पुराणोपपुराणानां च सम्यक्तया अध्ययनम् अत्यावश्यकम्। रामायणे तु भारतवर्षस्य चिरन्तनं रूपं विधृतमस्ति। केचन जना रामायणस्य ऐतिहासिकत्वं न स्वीकुर्वन्ति, परन्तु रामायणमेव भारतवर्षस्य चिरन्तनम् इतिहासम् इति वक्तुं शक्यते। वाल्मीकि रामायणे अपि उल्लिखितमस्ति, पूजयंश्च पठंश्चैनम् इतिहासं पुरातनम्। आदिकविः वाल्मीकिः रघुकुलभूषणस्य गुणनिधेः दशरथतनयस्य सकललोकाभिरामस्य श्रीरामस्य पूतचरितं समाश्रित्य तद्यममरं महाकाव्यं रामायण नामधेयं विरचितवान्। आदिकाव्येऽस्मिन् आयुर्वेदशास्त्रस्यापि प्रभावः परिलक्ष्यते। रामायणे रोगादीनाम् उल्लेखः यथा प्राप्यते तद्वद् विविधानाम् औषधीनां समुल्लेखोऽपि प्राप्यते। रामायणस्य बालकाण्डे वर्णितमस्ति यत् देवर्षेः नारदस्य सकाशात् वाल्मीकिमुनिः रामचरितं श्रुतवान्। नारदः संक्षेपेण समग्रस्य रामायणवृत्तस्य वर्णनं कृतवान्। रामराज्यस्य वर्णनावसरे नारदेन भणितं यत् प्रहृष्टो मुदितो लोकः तुष्टः पुष्टः सुधार्मिकः निरामयो ह्यरोगश्च दुर्भिक्षभयवर्जितः। श्लोकेऽस्मिन् निरामयो ह्यरोगश्च इति पदद्वयं द्रष्टव्यम्। पदद्वयस्य अर्थनिरूपणप्रसङ्गे टीकाकाराणां मध्ये किञ्चित् वैमत्यं परिलक्ष्यते। तिलकटीकाकृता श्रीरामस्य तथा रामायण शिरोमणि टीकाकारस्य मते निरामय पदेन मनः पीडाराहित्यम्, अरोग पदेन शारीररोगराहित्यं च बोध्यते। भूषणटीकाकृता गोविन्दराजस्य नये निरामयपदेन शारीरपीडाराहित्यम् अरोगपदेन मानसपीडाराहित्यं च बोध्यते। यद्वा भवतु एतेन अभिरामस्य श्रीरामस्य सुशासकत्वं तथा रामराजत्वे सर्वेषां जनानां रोगराहित्यं च वर्ण्यते। रामायणे वैद्यकशास्त्रनिपुणस्य सुसेनस्य वर्णनं प्राप्यते। अपि च रामायणस्य युद्धकाण्डे देवासुरसङ्ग्रामस्य वर्णनप्रसङ्गे उल्लिखितमस्ति यत् समरस्यान्ते देवगुरुः बृहस्पतिः सुरान् विविधाभिः ओषधिभिश्च अचिकित्सत्। तथा हि प्राप्यते अयं श्लोकः। तान् आर्तान् नष्टसङ्गांश्च गतासूंश्च बृहस्पतिः विद्याभिः मन्त्रयुक्ताभिः ओषधिभिश्च चिकित्सति। श्लोकेऽस्मिन् देवासुरसङ्ग्रामस्य वर्णनप्रसङ्गे चिकित्साशास्त्रस्य तथा ओषधीनामपि समुल्लेखः प्राप्यते। रघुकुलतिलकस्य सीतापतेः श्रीरामस्य चरितवर्णनप्रसङ्गे आदिकविना वाल्मीकिना तस्य दैहिकसौष्ठवस्य तथा निरोगतायाः वर्णनमपि विशेषतया विहितं। तथा हि प्राप्यते अयं श्लोकः। अरोगस्तरुणो वाग्मी वपुष्मान् देशकालवित् लोके पुरुषसारज्ञः साधुरेको विनिर्मितः। श्लोकस्यास्य अरोगः वपुष्मान् चेति पदद्वयं द्रष्टव्यम्। अपि च रामायणे तु सञ्जीवकरणी सन्धानकरणी विशल्यकरणी चेत्यादीनाम् ओषधीनां च वर्णनमपि समुपलभ्यन्ते। यद्वा भवतु धर्मार्थकाममोक्षाणाम् आरोग्यं मूलमुत्तमम् इति वचनस्य याथार्थ्यम् अभिरामस्य श्रीरामस्य पूतचरितवर्णनप्रसङ्गे तत्र भवता महर्षिणा वाल्मीकिना सम्यक्तया प्रतिपादितम् इति शिवं। पुनः सर्वेभ्यः नमो नमः।
महान् सन्तोषः अर्घ्यगुप्ता। इतोपि एकनिमिषः अवशिष्यते भवतः, किन्तु भवन्तः पूर्वमेव पत्रं समापितवन्तः। This is really a model for many research scholars to how to present a paper, because all the main points are need to be told. You have to read the full paper. I think all the first two speakers really presented very well. I'm very happy to listen, particularly from research scholars like you and Pratibhaji, taking cues from insights from Ramayanam. Now, Ramayanam is not only Itihasa, not only a Parayana Grantha, but also there is medical information like this. Really very nice. Thank you for your paper.
धन्यवादः महोदयः।
महान् सन्तोषः। विश्वेश्वर महोदयः, विश्वेश्वर पाणिग्राही महोदयः, नेक्स्ट पार्टिसिपेंट।
इतः परम प्रोफेसर अर्पिता चक्रवर्ती।
स्वागतम्।
नमस्कार।
स्वागतम् अर्पिता महोदयः।
धन्यवादः सर। I am Arpita Chakraborty, Assistant Professor of Kachrapara College. I am thanking to the organizer of this webinar, Professor Moitri Jana Madam, and Professor Prolay Shankrodhikari sir, and Professor Shubhamay Pahari sir, to give me a chance to present a paper in this webinar. And I am giving thanks to principal of this college, Dr. Amit Kumar sir, and my respect to the Honorable Chairperson, Professor J.R.S. Prashad sir, and Coordinator, Dr. Visheshwar Pranigrahi sir. The title of my present paper is Pipali in Sushruta Sanghita, about its medicinal uses. Though Sushruta Sanghita is well known for surgery, but several numbers of medicines made by medicinal herbs are found there. Pipali is one of an important medicinal herb mentioned in Sushruta Sanghita. The scientific name of Pipali is Pipal longum lily. It is used to cure various disorders, mainly in various female diseases, and as well as so many chronic diseases also. Like this, after delivery, if there be noticed any abnormal bleeding of mother, she should be given to drink a lukewarm solution of the powder of pipali mixed with other herbs of the family group of pipali and trussel. If placenta retains in uterus, then that mother who just given birth have to drink a juice of pipali. Same herbs are needed to prepare a medicine named Kalyana Lavana. That medicine specially used in the treatment of any kind of bone ache. According to Sushruta Samhita, people also used to make medicine to cure chronic Bataroga or bone ache, chronic bone ache, chronic fever, loss of appetite, splenomegaly, piles, cough, asthma, etc. And pipali is an important drug to cure leprosy. Thank you.
Wonderful, madam. Thank you very much for a very brief and a sweet presentation on particularly the herbs that are described in Shishur Samhita, the pipali juice that is useful for the pregnant woman. I mean, the woman has delivered, and its medicinal effects also have nicely summarized. I think students would inspire from your presentation how to present the most important points, though it is a big paper.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Shubhamay ji or Vishweshwar ji? Next
अतः
delegate.
परम ध्रुवजीत शर्मा अध्यापकः ध्रुवजीत शर्मा
सर्वेभ्यो नमो नमः. Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
सर्वेभ्यो नमो नमः. ओम कामाख्ये वरदे देवी नील पर्वत वासिनी तं देवी जगतं माता तुनि मुद्रे नमस्ते. अस्माकं विषयः अस्ति षडक संहितानुसारेण खुद्वक चतुष्पदं रोगनिवृत्तौ तेषां महत्त्वं. तत्र अहं डॉक्टर शर्मा सहकारी अध्यापकः संस्कृत विभागः पश्चिम बरिगौ आञ्चलिक महाविद्यालयः. अस्माकं यौथ शोधपत्रमस्ति. तत्र मम सहयोगी अस्ति डॉक्टर ध्रुवजीत शर्मा सहकारी अध्यापकः दरंग महाविद्यालय शोनितपुर मण्डलम्. अद्य मया अत्र उपस्थापितं. तत्र षडक संहितायाम् आयुर्वेदम् अधिकृत्य विभिन्नानि वस्तूनि तत्र उपस्थापितं भवति. तत्र नवम अध्याये चिकित्सायाः खुद्वक चतुष्पादम् इति विषये उक्तमस्ति. खुद्वक चतुष्पादम् इति पदस्य अर्थः भवति चिकित्सायाः क्षुद्र शरण शरणं चतुर अंगम चिकित्सायाः अंग चतुष्टयम् इति उच्यते. तत्र चिकित्सायाः कोऽपि चिकित्सायाः अंग चतुष्टयं भवति. तत् यथा वैद्यम् औषधं परिचारकः रोगी च. तत्र उच्यते यत् हिषक् द्रव्याणि उपस्थाता रोगीपाद चतुष्टयं गुणवत् कारणं ज्ञेयं विकाराणि उपशान्तये. तत्र एतेषां हिषकादीनां चतुर्णां सहायेन रोगस्य निवृत्तिः सम्भवति. समाजे तु वैद्यस्य चिकित्सकस्य वा सर्वदा उच्चस्थानं वर्तते. भगवता सह अस्य चिकित्सकस्य ज्ञानं क्रियते. परन्तु न केवलं चिकित्सकस्य सहायेन रोगस्य निवृत्तिः भवति, परन्तु तत्र कीदृशम् औषधं सेवनं कुर्यात् तदपि विषयम् अस्माभिः चिन्तनीयम्. तत्र यः अस्माकं परिचारकः भवति तस्यापि महत्त्वं विद्यते. एवं च यः रोगाक्रान्तः भवति तस्यापि भूमिका अत्र परिलक्ष्यते. अतः षडक संहितायां रोगनिवृत्तौ खुद्वक चतुष्पादस्य महत्त्वम् उच्यते. तत्र वैद्यस्य गुणं तत्र उच्यते. श्रुते परिजवदात्तत्वं
बहुषु सृष्टिकर्मता दाक्षं सौसम इति ज्ञेयं बौद्धे गुणचतुष्टयम् बौद्धस्य गुणचतुष्टयं वर्तते गुरुपदेशेन यस्य सम्पूर्णतया शास्त्रज्ञानं भवति स बुद्ध इति उच्यते चिकित्सा कर्मणः गभीरतया अध्ययनं तस्य एक अपरं गुणं वर्तते चिकित्सा कर्मणि कुशलता तस्य भवेत् चिकित्सा कर्मणि तस्य दक्षता भवेत् तस्य पवित्रता भवेत् चिकित्सकस्य स्वस्थता अपि भवेत् इति उच्यते एवं द्रव्यगुणविषये उच्यते औषधं कीदृशं भवेत् तत्र उच्यते यत् बहुधा तत्र युक्तं अनेकविधकल्पना संपच्छति चतुष्पयं द्रव्याणां गुण उच्यते औषध वा द्रव्यस्य गुणचतुष्टयं तत्र उच्यते बहुधा योग्यता अनेकविधकल्पना संपत् इति चतुर्गुणं द्रव्याणां प्रचुरता रोगनाशनं कर्तुं क्षमता अनेकविध प्रकारणं तथा सरस कल्क चूर्ण प्रयास एवं शपथ अर्थात रस बीज प्रभावादि गुणयुक्तम् एवं औषधस्य चतुर्गुणं भवेत् इति तत्र सर्वसंहितायाम् उच्यते एवं यत् परिसरकः भवति रोगस्य तत्रापि उच्यते यत् उपसर्गता दक्षम् अनुरागस्य भर्तारो शौचं सेति चतुष्पयं गुण परिसरं जने जो परिसरक भवति रोगस्य स सेवाकर्मणः रूपं जानाति स परिसरक इति उच्यते अस्मिन् कर्मणि स कुशल भवेत् स अपि पवित्रः स्यात् सः स्यात् इति तत्र सरकसंहितायां सुश्रुत्या उच्यते रोगी भवति रोगाक्रान्तः भवति तस्यापि गुणं तत्र उच्यते स्मृति निर्देश कारित्तम् अभिरुत्तम् अथापि च ज्ञापकत्वं स रोगाणाम् आतुरस्य गुणस्मिता यस्य स्मरणशक्तिः भवति तस्य रोगाक्रान्तजनस्य स्मरणशक्तिः सर्वदा भवेत् वैद्योपदेशः स अनुसरति वैद्यः चिकित्सकः वा यः उपदेशं प्रददाति स तम् अनुसरति अनुसरेत् सर्वदा रोगचिकित्सा कर्मणः यः न बिभ्यति चिकित्सा कर्मणि प्रति यदि स्पृहा नास्ति तस्य यदि भीतः भवति तर्हि तस्य रोगः निवृत्तिः न भवति एवं तत्र चिकित्साशास्त्रस्य अङ्गचतुष्टयस्य उल्लेखः तत्र क्रियते अस्मिन् सुरपत्रिकायाम् एतत् चतुरङ्गानाम् अधिकृत्य एका समीक्षा कर्तुम् इच्छते परवर्ती समये यदा सम्पूर्णतया पत्रम् अस्माभिः तत्र लिखितं भवति तर्हि सर्वं विषयम् अधिकृत्य एका चर्चा कर्तुम् अत्र इच्छते अत्रैव विरमामि धन्यवादः
धन्यवादः डॉक्टर रतुल शर्मा महोदयः एवं डॉक्टर ध्रुवराज शर्मा महोदयः वस्तुतः भवतां संयुक्तं पत्रमस्ति यथा सेमिनार् मध्ये क्रियते उभौ अपि तत्र दृश्यते यवनिकायाम् एतत् वस्तुतः योग्यः प्रक्रमः खुड्डागचतुष्पादे भिषग्द्रव्याणि उपस्थाता रोगी पादचतुष्टयम् इस् वेरी इम्पोर्टेण्ट् इन् कण्टेक्स्ट् आफ् मेडिकल् एथिक्स् डॉक्टर पेशेंट रिलेशनशिप which is becoming the part of medical humanities these days they are calling अतः तत्र वैद्यस्य उपरि अथवा औषधस्य उपरि विश्वासः स्यात् औषधस्य उपरि विश्वासः चेत् that is generating a placebo effect if it is not actually a medicine even then you are getting cured so that is where भवतां पत्रस्य प्रासङ्गिकता relevance बहु वर्तते एतादृश पत्रप्रदानार्थं धन्यवादान् आहरामि अनन्तरं
पल्लवी
I think I know Dr. Pallavi Nikam.
Pallavi, श्रूयते वा न?
Yes.
आरभ्यताम्.
Hello.
Yes, Dr. Pallavi. Please go ahead.
Visible or not? I can't see actually.
Your video is off, but you are unmuted. Yes, now you are visible.
Sir, if my PPT is visible?
No.
So can you give me a minute to share PPT?
Yes, please. Uh, it shows that it's presenting, but we can't see anything on the screen, Dr. Pallavi. Are you using a mobile? Hello?
Pallavi, Shriyateva, no?
Pallavi ji.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, is it visible now?
Yeah, it is showing something. Correct. Please go ahead with the presentation.
Okay. Sir, am I audible?
Yes, very much.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Dr. Pallavi Nikam, and I'm going to present my paper titled A Narrative Review of
Dr. Pallavi, I have
Kautilya.
a suggestion. Can you put it horizontally, ulta, so that it may give more visibility? You just tilt your screen in the mobile. Okay, whichever you feel comfortable, please go ahead.
Okay. So, my paper's title is A Narrative Review of Kautilya Arthashastra, to explore the references related to Ayurveda. So, let's directly have a look on what.
Okay. Hello? Your audio is lost, Dr. Pallavi. Dr. Pallavi, you are not audible. Can you listen us?
Hello?
Yes, we
Hello?
lost you. Yes, please go ahead. I think your
I think she
connectivity
has some technical issues.
correct. Why don't we call other scholars so that you can set right later?
Yes.
Please.
Dr. Panigrahi, please call. Next paper presenter.
अतः परम पीयू मुखर्जी. Shriyateva, no?
Esteemed Chairperson, Professor Dr. S.R. Prasad, Coordinator of this session, Dr. Vishweswar Panigrahi, Organizing Committee, and all who are present here. Everyone, hello everyone. Myself, Piyu Mukherjee, librarian of Sri Ramakrishna Sharada Vidya Mahapeta, Kamarpukur, Hooghly. I'm here to present a paper on Ayurveda and yoga for mental health at the critical juncture of COVID-19. Am I audible?
Yes, madam, please.
Okay. As we all know that the present COVID-19 pandemic situation has stand us in front of the challenges of our survival. Actually, we are forced to react to the situations we face every day, every time, and every moment. Troilakya yani bhutani tani sarvani dehat. What we have in our body is just the reflection of happenings of the universe. If nature is disturbed, our body and mind will also be disturbed simultaneously in the perspective of the present COVID-19 pandemic situation. There are some psychiatric conditions according to our Ayurveda. I have chosen some of them. Chitta, Udvega, Avasada, Manasa Mandata, Klama, etc. And there are some signs of mental health: healthy memory, awareness of responsibilities, following good values, self-awareness, responsibilities, and beyond self. Maintaining self-hygiene, uncleanliness, staying active, fearlessness, doing things enthusiastically, perseverance, and taking the proper diet at the proper time according to the body type. There are some medical plans for the maintenance of mental health, such as Tulasi, Ashwagandha, Ghritamari, Neem, Kalamegha, Brahmi, Pudina, Adraka, etc. The regular intake of the medicinal herbs in right way and right portion can maintain a human body and mental health. There are some asanas and pranayam too for mental hygiene. Actually, and interestingly, Ayurveda and yoga share the same root from Veda. There are some asanas and pranayams too for mental hygiene. For breathing problem, one can practice Shakti Sanchalana and Mahabheda Mudra, what is calling today as Kapalabhati. Besides some simple Sahaja Pranayam and Brahmana Yogas are healing for human body and mind. Again, Bhamana Dhoti and Sahaja Vasti Kriya are more useful in this regard. World Health Organization and Ayush Mantralaya also given some guidelines for maintaining mental hygiene in the period of present pandemic situation. First of all, what we can say is Sharir Madham Khalu Dharma Sadhanam, means physics is the base of all our pursuits, and we can achieve unachievable if health permits, and the permission solely comes from within, that is mental strength. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Oyu Mukherjee, madam, for your short and sweet paper mentioning. You started with the mental health. Basically, I liked it very much. You mentioned about Chittodvega, Avasada, yes, Udvega. Really, they are bothering the society a lot. They are boiling the society. Indeed, the thing which I mentioned in my presentation, food is one of the factors that influences the mental health also. And there are physiological factors many which are that causes this kind of problems. And also talking about tulasi, you talked about pranayama, manda. Really, they're all helpful. Maybe we can see your full paper in the proceedings. Thank you for nice.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Next speaker, Panigrahi ji. Vishweshwar Panigrahi ji.
अतः परम वर्तते रातुल शर्मा. Ratul, श्रूयते वा न? Ratul Sharma.
I think he has presented his paper.
Yeah, Ratul tesham patra samarpanam jatam. Pallavi asti. Dr. Pallavi.
Am I audible now?
Yes, Dr. Pallavi. Are you sure about your presentation? Unfortunately, your voice is breaking a lot. Can you please sit in a place where you get better signal? Yes, please go ahead. Our time is already, we are running out of the time.
So there is a description of physician. Kautilya has classified physicians as a Kaya Chikitsa.
We cannot hear you, Dr. Pallavi.
No. Continuously, she has the technical issues.
Correct. Better, may I suggest humbly, Dr. Pallavi, you use the computer after some time. Meanwhile, other presenters will give their papers.
Madam Pallavi, if you don't mind, please stop your screen presentation. Yes.
We are sorry for that. Thanks, Maitri.
Yes, extremely
anyway,
sorry
we
for
can't.
that.
Yeah, we can't help, unfortunately, because yes, we are running out of time. Cannot take many experiments because technology is not helping. Definitely, please go ahead with the next speaker, madam.
तर्हि अतः परम रातुल शर्मा.
नहीं, रतुल शर्मा महोदयानां तेषाम् अभूत्. रतुल शर्मा महोदयानां द्रविजित शर्मा महोदयानाम् उभयोः पत्रं समाप्तम्.
सविता कौर
जी.
अतः परम वर्तते सविता कौर.
Good afternoon, everyone.
छात्री. सविता प्रारभ्यताम्.
Savita ji, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. I, Sobita Kaur, am an ex-student of English Department, Prabhat Kumar College, Contai, paying homage to the Department of Sanskrit, including our Honorable Principal Sir, for organizing such a platform, as well as conferring A special thanks to the invited speakers. I'm presenting my paper in very brief entitled A Healthy Man According to Charaka. In 2008, the World Health Organization estimated that globally at least 500 million adults are obese with higher rates among women than men. In today, a large part of the generation suffers from the burning problem of either in excessive obesity or in too much leanliness like vagabond. To discuss about Ayurveda science, we should must explain the very meaning of the word Ayurveda that consists of two words, Ayur that refers life and Veda which connotes knowledge. Ayurveda deals with nature and men. Charaka in his Magna Opus Charak Samhita defines the man Purusa. The man refers terminologically the whole mankind or the human beings, not only the man specifically. In the Charak Samhita, Sutrasthana's 21st chapter, Ashtapanditya Sig Atreya tells about men and condemns 8 kinds of men like tallest man, smallest man, to corpulent man, to emaciated man, etc. Here in Ashtananditya's, we also see the 8 kinds of men's, the definition of 8 and Nanditya reference and 8 man's definition also. And here in Charak Samhita, we see Charak shows how the 2 corpulent men's excessive. So, according to Charaka, 2 corpulent men suffer from obesity due to excessive eating, not of doing exercise and sleeping in daytime, and for that their time of little span belittles. They feel lethargy and fatigue, etc. And to be an ideal man, Charaka in his Magna Opus also, from Charaka's point of view, to emaciated man is too much lean because of fasting, grievances, scarcity of sleeping, and as a result, they feel hungry and suffers from diseases, etc. To be an ideal man, Charaka shows how so many ways in his Charak Samhita. Charaka shows both of too much corpulent and too emaciated man lead of life of unhappy and plight. Both of their life engulf most of the worthy time of life, which is full of anxiety and depression and misery. But two corpulent men suffers most than the others. He condemns both of them. These type of men are the source of all diseases. That's why Charaka advises to take nutrient food and medicines to maintain their life and body. Charaka in his Charak Samhita says that an ideal man will be a person of all happiness and pleasure by exercising daily, thinking properly, and taking nutrient natural food. It is surprising that we, in the present context of scenario, are thinking about the fitness of our appearances, which had been cultured in the ancient era. How much modern they were in their thoughts. We are going to exercise in gym and work in order to inculcate ancestors' ritual again to be fit and fine. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Savita ji, for your paper. Really, you talked a nice point. That is Ashtanandita Purusha as per Ayurveda. You started to say that there are 500 millions of adults who are suffering with obesity. Your paper reminds me a saying in Charaka Samhita: Sthula Karshe Varam Karsham. Sthula and Krisha both are Nindita Purushas as per Ayurveda. But among these two, Krisha is more better than a Sthula. Sthula Karshe Varam Karshe, because he is able to susceptible to the treatment. Whereas Sthula he is not. Unfortunately, if they are attacked with a diabetes kind of problem, definitely the case is gone. Thank you very much for that wonderful paper.
Thank you, sir.
अतः परम संध्याश्री मंडल संध्याश्री শ্রীয়তে বানো
নমস্কার, শোনা যাচ্ছে?
संध्याश्री
হ্যাঁ শোনা যাচ্ছে, শোনা যাচ্ছে, বলুন বলুন।
আমি ভিডিওটা অফ রাখছি, একটু নেটের সমস্যা আছে প্রচন্ড, ওই জন্য। নমস্কার, আমি সান্ধ্যশ্রী মণ্ডল, বিনয় ইউনিভার্সিটির সংস্কৃত বিভাগের গবেষিকা। আমি প্রথমেই ধন্যবাদ জানাচ্ছি এই ওয়েবিনার কনভেনার মাননীয়া মৈত্রী জানা ম্যাডামকে, জয়েন্ট কনভেনার মাননীয়া প্রলয় শঙ্কর অধিকারী স্যারকে, আমাকে এখানে পেপার প্রেজেন্ট করার জন্য অসংখ্য ধন্যবাদ। এই কলেজের অধ্যক্ষ তথা আজকের চেয়ারপারসন মাননীয় ডক্টর অমিত কুমার দে স্যার, আর উপস্থিত সকল শ্রদ্ধেয় স্যার ম্যাডামকে আমার উপযুক্ত স্থান অনুযায়ী প্রণাম জানাই। বর্তমান রিসার্চ পেপারের আমার টাইটেল হলো গরুর পুরাণের আলোকে আয়ুর্বেদ। আমার মোড অফ ল্যাঙ্গুয়েজ হচ্ছে বেঙ্গলি। আয়ুর্বেদের চিকিৎসার ক্ষেত্রে আমরা অথর্ববেদ, চরক সংহিতা, শুশ্রূষা সংহিতা এরকম অনেক আয়ুর্বেদ শাস্ত্রের মতন অষ্টাদশ মহাপুরাণেও অনেক কিছু তথ্য দেখতে পাই। আর এই ক্ষেত্রে অষ্টাদশ মহাপুরাণের গুরুত্ব অপরিসীম। এই পেপারে আমি গরুর পুরাণের অন্তর্গত আয়ুর্বেদ সংক্রান্ত কিছু তথ্যের ওপরে প্রাধান্য দেওয়ার চেষ্টা করেছি। এই গরুর পুরাণে বিভিন্ন রোগের উপসর্গ, রোগ মুক্তির উপায়, বিভিন্ন রকম ভেষজ উপাদান তথা পথ্যেরও উল্লেখ করা হয়েছে। যেমন জ্বরের 8 প্রকার ভেদ, লক্ষণ, চিকিৎসা সমস্ত কিছু বিশদে বর্ণিত আছে। আর গরুর পুরাণ 2 ভাগে বিভক্ত, পূর্বখণ্ড আর উত্তরখণ্ড। তা আমাদের যে আলোচ্য বিষয় সেটি হচ্ছে আয়ুর্বেদ। সেই সংক্রান্ত তথ্যগুলি আমরা পূর্বখণ্ডের 52টি অধ্যায় আমরা দেখতে পাই। গরুর পুরাণের এইরকম অনেক জ্বরের মতন, জ্বরের যেমন বিশদ বর্ণনা আছে, সেরকম শুধু রোগের বর্ণনাই নেই, রোগ মুক্তির উপায় সংক্রান্ত বিভিন্ন রকম চিকিৎসার বিশদ বর্ণনা এখানে আমরা পাই। তা সেইখানে ভেষজ দ্রব্যগুলিকে প্রাধান্য দেওয়া হয়েছে, কিন্তু আয়ুর্বেদ গ্রন্থগুলিতে বর্ণিত ঔষধকে হুবহু অনুসরণ করা হয়নি। সেখানে ঔষধ প্রয়োগের পাশাপাশি বিভিন্ন রকম পথ্যেরও উল্লেখ করা হয়েছে। আর এই শুধু এই জ্বর নয়, জ্বরের মতন শ্বাস রোগ, কুষ্ঠ রোগ, হিক্কা ইত্যাদি বিভিন্ন রকম রোগের লক্ষণ ও বিশদ বর্ণনা করা হয়েছে। সেই রকমই রক্তপিত্ত রোগ বিষয়ে যে বলা হয়েছে, অতি উষ্ণ, তিক্ত, কটু, অম্ল, লবণ, গুরুপাক দ্রব্য প্রভৃতি পৈতৃক দ্রব্য পরিমাণে সেবন করলে পিত্ত কুপিত হয়। এই রকম বহু কিছু এখানে এর সমস্যার সমাধানের কথা এখানে বলা হয়েছে। তা এই পত্রে সেইগুলোর ওপরেই প্রাধান্য দিয়ে কিছু তথ্যাবলী আমি উপস্থাপন করার চেষ্টা করেছি। তা আমি এই বলি এখানে শেষ করছি। ধন্যবাদ।
Thank you, Sandhashri Mandalji. Unfortunately, I can't follow Bengali except my short stint in Jadavpur 2008 for 2 weeks. So I only know Kichu Kichu Bengali. So, but I got from your presentation that Rakta Pitta you are trying to address how Pitta is aggravated by consumption of certain things and how Rakta Pitta is forming accordingly. And we have different Aushadha Prayogas in Ayurveda that I also try to mention. Thank you very much. It is very sweet because presenting a paper in mother tongue, really it's very informative and also gives more confidence. Thank you. Next speaker, sir.
অতঃপর বর্তমানে শঙ্কর চ্যাটার্জি। শঙ্কর চ্যাটার্জি।
নমস্কার, শোনা যাচ্ছে স্যার আমার কথা?
হ্যাঁ, সুরেশ। ওকে।
আমি শঙ্কর চ্যাটার্জি, অ্যাসোসিয়েট প্রফেসর আন্ডার ওয়েস্ট বেঙ্গল এডুকেশন সার্ভিস, প্রেজেন্টলি পোস্টেড অ্যাট পিজি ডিপার্টমেন্ট ইন সংস্কৃত, এবিএনসিল কলেজ, কোচবিহার। আমি বাংলাতেই বলছি বিষয়টা। বিষয়টি হলো যে যেটি টাইটেল করা হয়েছে আয়ুর্বেদ বিষয়ে পদার্থ সমীক্ষা। প্রথমেই বলতে হয় যে আয়ুর্বেদ চিকিৎসা শাস্ত্র হলেও বস্তুত তা কিন্তু দর্শন শাস্ত্র। সত্য পদার্থ বৈশেষিক দর্শনের তত্ত্ব প্রতিষ্ঠায় আলোচ্য হলেও আয়ুর্বেদ সিদ্ধান্তে পদার্থের জ্ঞান অপরিহার্য। ষড় পদার্থের জ্ঞানই পরম মঙ্গল স্বরূপ। সামান্য বিশেষ দ্রব্যসমূহের গুণ, দ্রব্যসমূহের স্বরূপ, বস্তি প্রভৃতি কর্ম ও তাদের পারস্পরিক সম্বন্ধ বা সমবায় অবগত হলেই মঙ্গল ও দীর্ঘায়ু হওয়া যায়। বস্তুসমূহের সমানতা, তাদের বৃদ্ধির কারণ ও হ্রাসের কারণ সামান্য ও বিশেষের ওপর নির্ভর করে। পক্ষান্তরে মন, আত্মা ও শরীর পৃথকত্ব বিশিষ্ট হলেও তাদের সমষ্টিরূপে পুরুষ উৎপন্ন হয়। বস্তুত সামান্য ও বিশেষ এই সিদ্ধান্ত দ্বয়ই দোষধাতু ও মলের হ্রাস বৃদ্ধির কারণ রূপে বিবেচিত হয়ে থাকে। পরমাত্মা অন্যদিকে সামান্য বিশেষ সঙ্গে সঙ্গে আলোচনা করা যেতেই পারে পরমাত্মা কিন্তু নির্বিকার, সকল কিছু দ্রষ্টা, সকল ক্রিয়ার সাক্ষী স্বরূপ। অহংকারাদি পরমাত্মাই আশ্রিত হয়। অন্যদিকে জ্ঞান ও বুদ্ধি চিকিৎসা শাস্ত্রে স্বীকৃত হয়েছে। বস্তুত ষট পদার্থ চিকিৎসা সম্বন্ধে চরক সংহিতার সূত্রস্থানে উপলব্ধ হয়েছে। আমরা যদি একটু বিস্তারিতভাবে বিষয়টিকে দেখতে চাই তাহলে আমাদের অনেক সুযোগই রয়েছে এই ক্ষেত্রে। তবে খুবই সাধারণভাবে, খুব সংক্ষিপ্ত আকারে বলতে গেলে আমরা দেখব যে আয়ুর্বেদ সিদ্ধান্তের অনেক কিছুই কিন্তু সরাসরি ভাবে আমরা দর্শন শাস্ত্র থেকে পেয়েছি। যেমন কয়েকটি বিষয় খুবই সংক্ষিপ্ত আকারে যদি আমরা বলি তাহলে দেখব যে দ্রব্যের যে বিষয় বা পদার্থের যে বিষয়, এই পদার্থ সাধারণভাবে দর্শন শাস্ত্রে আমরা জানি সপ্ত পদার্থ। এই যে দ্রব্য, গুণ, কর্ম, সামান্য, বিশেষ ও অভাব, এই সাতটি পদার্থ কিন্তু সরাসরি ভাবেই আয়ুর্বেদ দর্শনে কিন্তু গৃহীত হয়েছে। এবং যে সমস্ত লক্ষণগুলি বৈশেষিক দর্শনে এবং তার অনুগামী দর্শনগুলিতে স্বীকৃত হয়েছে সেগুলির কিন্তু একেবারে সাদৃশ্যযুক্ত লক্ষণ আমরা চরক সংহিতায় কিন্তু পেয়ে থাকি। যেমন একটা যদি আমরা বিশেষ ভাবে বলি যে দ্রব্যের লক্ষণ, তো দ্রব্যের লক্ষণ ক্ষেত্রে কিন্তু দ্রব্যের মধ্যে গুণ এবং কর্ম থাকবে, ইট ইজ ম্যান্ডেটেড। চরক সংহিতাতেও কিন্তু বলছেন বা চরক সূত্রে যে যত্রাশ্রিতা গুণ কর্মাহ কারণম সমবায়ী তৎ দ্রব্যম, অর্থাৎ দ্রব্য হতে গেলে সেখানে গুণ এবং কর্ম থাকবে। পদার্থের বা যদি আমরা দ্রব্যের বিভাগ করি তাহলে সেক্ষেত্রেও কিন্তু যে সমস্ত বিভাগগুলি দর্শন শাস্ত্রে স্বীকৃত হয়েছে সেই দর্শনে কিন্তু সেই বিষয়গুলি কিন্তু সরাসরি ভাবে আমরা আয়ুর্বেদ দর্শনে গ্রহণ করতে পারছি। সর্বোপরি বলা যেতেই পারে যে শুধুমাত্র পদার্থ বা দ্রব্য নয়, চরক সংহিতার বিমান স্থানে রোগ পরীক্ষা বিষয়ক যেসব সিদ্ধান্তগুলি রয়েছে সেগুলি কিন্তু ন্যায় দর্শনের প্রমাণ বিজ্ঞানের থেকেই গ্রহণ করা হয়েছে। আবার সিদ্ধিস্থানে সংহিতা পাঠ বিষয়ক যে বিষয়গুলি সেগুলি কিন্তু ন্যায় দর্শনের তন্ত্রযুক্তি বিজ্ঞান থেকে গৃহীত হয়েছে। অনুরূপে ষট পদার্থ, পরমাণুবাদ, কর্মবাদ, জন্মান্তরবাদ, কর্মফলবাদ এইগুলি কিন্তু বৈশেষিক এবং পূর্ব মীমাংসা দর্শন থেকে আমরা সরাসরি ভাবে পেয়েছি। সাংখ্য দর্শনের পুরুষ তত্ত্ব, প্রকৃতি বিজ্ঞান, বিকৃতি তত্ত্ব এগুলি কিন্তু চিকিৎসার পুরুষ, শরীর, রোগ এই তিনটির আলোচনায় সূত্রস্থানে, শরীরস্থানে, বিমানস্থানে আমাদের কাছে উপলব্ধ হয়েছে। প্রাতঞ্জল যোগ দর্শনের যোগতত্ত্ব, চেতনা ধাতুবাদ, মোক্ষ তত্ত্ব এগুলিও কিন্তু চরক সংহিতার শারীর স্থানে শারীর তত্ত্ব বিষয়ক আলোচনা, বেদনার কারণ ও তার উৎপত্তি, নির্বৃত্তি বিষয়ক আলোচনা এগুলিতে কিন্তু উপলব্ধ হয়েছে। অদ্বৈত বেদান্ত থেকে বা বেদান্ত দর্শন থেকে অদ্বৈতবাদ, প্রকৃতি পুরুষ অভেদবাদ এটিও কিন্তু সূত্রস্থানে, শরীরস্থানে, সূত্র শরীরস্থানে অব্যক্ত তত্ত্ব, এক ধাতুজ পুরুষ, যোগ ও স্বাস্থ্য বিষয়ক প্রভৃতি বিভিন্ন বিষয়ের আলোচনায় সরাসরি ভাবে গ্রহণ করা হয়েছে। সময়ের অভাবে তো অবশ্যই বিস্তারিত আলোচনা সম্ভব নয়, যৎসামান্য তুলে ধরার চেষ্টা করলাম। পরবর্তীকালে নিশ্চয়ই আমরা এই সমস্ত বিষয় নিয়ে গভীর আলোচনায় প্রবৃত্ত হব। নমস্কার।
Thank you, sir. Thank you, yes, I just one point.
श्रोते
श्रूयते श्रूयते दिशस्य द्रव्यसङ्ग्रहः इति भवद्भिः सूचितमासीत् षड्धातु च पुरुषः इति विषयः अत्र परामृष्टः इति भाति भवतां कृते धन्यवादः थैंक यू वेरी मच डॉक्टर शंकर चटर्जी जी मौमिता जी प्लीज गो हेड
सर्वेभ्यो नमो नमो अहम सत्येन्द्रनाथ आदक जोगदा सत्संग पाल्पड़ा महाविद्यालयस्य संस्कृत विभागस्य अध्यापक अद्य मम विषय प्राचीन संस्कृत शास्त्रेषु चिकित्सा तत्त्वम् शतायुर्वै पुरुष इति प्रायोवादानुसारं सारेण मानव जीवनं शतवार्षिकम् शतं जीवति ततोपधिकम् अमृतत्वं प्राप्नोति अतो शतवार्षिक जीवनाय शरीरस्य सुस्थता काम्या ऋग्वेदे उच्यते द्राघ्य आयु प्रतरं दधानो चतुर्वर्ग फलप्राप्तानां कृते सुस्वास्थ्यं निरोग शरीरं च प्रयोजनम् रुग्ण शरीर जजन आत्मसाधने नैम समर्थ अतो जीवन संग्रामे सफलताया असफलताया मूलभूत कारण रुग्ण शरीरमिति चरक संहिताया मुक्तम धर्मार्थ काम मोक्षाणाम आरोग्यं मूलमुक्तम वैदिक वाग्मय चिकित्सा तत्त्वम् चिकित्सा विज्ञानम आयुर्वेद सब मूलमस्ति वस्तुतः आयुर्वेद वैदिक कालीन एव भवति वैदिक वाङ्मये चिकित्सा त्रिविधा प्रचलिता दैवी आसुरी मानसिक चिकित्सा अथर्ववेदस्य जे भैषज सूक्तानि भारतीय चिकित्सा विद्याया प्राचीनतम रचना इति वक्तुं शक्यते तत्र वैदिक सूक्तादिषु जे औषधिना प्रयोगकला रोगलक्षणं निरामयश्च विश्लेषणं प्राप्यते तत्र प्राकृतिक चिकित्सा सूर्य चिकित्सा वायु चिकित्सा अग्नि चिकित्सा जल चिकित्सा देवी उपचारस्य वर्णनं दृश्यते मानव जीवन सुस्वास्थ्य लाभाय सूर्यस्य महिमानं को न वेत्ति सूर्यहीना अस्माकं जीवनं प्राणहीनं भवति सूर्य बहु व्याधि विनाशक हृदय रोगेण पीड़ित पाण्डुरोगेण च पीड़ित जन उदयकारिक अरुण मरीचानां सेवनेन आरोग्य लाभं सम्भवते यथा उदान्नत्तमित्र सह आरोग्यवत्तु तत्रां दिवसम् इत्यादि उपनिषदि चिकित्सा तत्त्वम् अस्माकम् उपनिषदि ग्रन्थेषु चिकित्साया वैज्ञानिक संदर्भ प्रदत्तमस्ति छान्दोग्य उपनिषदि अन्नप्राशन क्रियाया वर्णना वर्तते अन्नं वचितं त्रेधा विधीयते तस्य ज सविष्ट इत्यादिना अत्र सूक्ष्म स्थूल सूक्ष्म अतिसूक्ष्म संभावि प्रचलित त्रिविध प्राणं विषयं परिलक्ष्यते अन्नं जीवनं प्रदाति पुष्टं करोति इत्यनेन उपनिषदि चिकित्सा कौशलमिदं विहितमस्ति रामायण चिकित्सा तत्त्वम् अस्य महाकाव्ये सुन्दरकाण्डे न केवलं शल्य क्रियाया अपितु वैद्यकुशलं परिचय वर्तते नूनं ममान्न विचारार्थ शास्त्रे
Sorry, Mr. Radok, please summarize your topic.
Thank you. निष्कर्ष रूपेण एवं मया वक्तुं शक्यते जे मानव कल्याणाय ईश्वरस्य महद्दानं सुप्राचीनं चिकित्सा विज्ञानम् आयुर्वेद अद्यतनीये एकविंश शतके अपि आयुर्वेदस्य महत्वपूर्णं स्थानं बलिवर्ति आयुर्वेद चिकित्सया अस्माकं शरीरे पार्श्वप्रतिक्रिया नास्ति वर्तमान युगे एलोपैथी इति चिकित्सा सर्वत्र वर्तते एलोपैथी चिकित्साया माध्यमेन पार्श्वप्रतिक्रिया अस्माकं शरीरे जायते इदानीं अस्मिन् युगे अपि एभिः चिकित्सकरहस्यै आधुनिका चिकित्सका समृद्धा। मया अनुभूयते यत् अद्यतनीयस्य चिकित्साविषयम् अस्माकं पुरतः यदैव दृश्यते तस्य मूलस्रोत प्राचीन संस्कृतशास्त्रमेव इति दिक्। नमस्कार।
महान् सन्तोषः। उत्तमः विषयः प्रस्तुतः, भवतां कृते धन्यवादाः। नेक्स्ट स्पीकर विश्वेश्वर सर।
अतः परं ये तावत् आगच्छन्ति पत्रवाचनं कर्तुं समय तावत् स्वल्पसमयाभ्यन्तरे 3 निमेषाभ्यन्तरे स्वकीयं सारसङ्क्षेपं केवलम् उपस्थापयन्ति। सुप्रिया प्रामाणिक।
धन्यवादाः। इदानीं मा सूचयन् धन्यवादाः, न केवलं विषयं प्रस्तावयन्तु।
স্যার ডক্টর সুমিতা মণ্ডল।
শোনা যাচ্ছে?
হ্যালো
प्रारभ्यतां। হ্যাঁ
স্যার আমি সুপ্রিয় প্রামাণিক, শোনা যাচ্ছে?
श्रूयते। प्रारभ्यतां 3 निमेषाभ्यन्तरे सारसङ्क्षेपः केवलम् उपस्थाप्यते। तत्र पत्रस्य सारसङ्क्षेपः।
ওকে স্যার। স্যার আমার যে পেপারের টপিক সেটা হলো ভবিষ্য পুরাণত্ব সর্পদষ্ট ব্যক্তির আয়ুর্বেদিক চিকিৎসা পদ্ধতি ও আধুনিক চিকিৎসা পদ্ধতির তুলনাত্মক অধ্যয়ন। তো প্রথমেই যেটা বলতে হয় যে আমাদের ভারতবর্ষ হলো কৃষি প্রধান দেশ। তো বিশ্ব স্বাস্থ্য সংস্থা একটা সমীক্ষা করে বলেছেন যে আমাদের ভারতবর্ষে প্রায় প্রতি বছর 28 লক্ষ মানুষ সাপে কামড়ে আক্রান্ত হয়, আর এর মধ্যে মারা যায় হচ্ছে 49,600 জন। তার মানে বুঝতেই হবে যে এটা খুবই গুরুত্বপূর্ণ একটা সমস্যা, স্বাস্থ্য সমস্যা। তো এই সাপের কামড় থেকে কিভাবে আমরা চিকিৎসা পেতে পারি সেই বিষয়ে ভবিষ্য পুরাণে কিছু বলা হয়েছে। তো সময়ের সংক্ষেপের জন্য আমি জাস্ট অল্প করে বলে দিচ্ছি। তো ভবিষ্য পুরাণের ব্রাহ্ম পর্বের অন্তর্গত ধাতুগত বিষ লক্ষণানি নামক যে অধ্যায়টা, তো সেখানে বলা হচ্ছে যে একজন সাপে কামড়ানো ব্যক্তিকে আমরা কিভাবে বুঝবো যে তাকে বিষধর সাপে কামড়িয়েছে। তো সেখানে বলা হচ্ছে স্ববিষা দংষ্টের মধ্যে যমদূতি তো বৈভবে, অর্থাৎ যদি বিষধর সাপে কামড়ায় তো তাহলে সেখানে দুটি বড় দাঁতের চিহ্ন থাকবে, মানে যেটাকে যমদূতি বলা হচ্ছে। আমাদের আধুনিক চিকিৎসা পদ্ধতিতেও সেরকমটাই বলা হচ্ছে যে আমরা কিভাবে সাপের কামড়ের লক্ষণ দেখবো। যদি দুটো বড় দাঁতের চিহ্ন থাকে তাহলে সেটা বিষধর সাপের, এবং যদি ছোট ছোট দাঁতের চিহ্ন থাকে সেটা বিষহীন সাপের। তো এরকম বলা হয়েছে। তো এবার বলা হচ্ছে যে যখন আমাদের এই সাপে কামড়ের ফলে বিষটা যখন আমাদের শরীরের মধ্যে যায়, যখন ত্বকের মধ্যে প্রবেশ করে, তো তখন কি সমস্যা হয়। তো ভবিষ্য পুরাণে বলা হচ্ছে শরীরে তখন নীল বর্ণ হতে শুরু করে এবং অঙ্গে দাহ জ্বালা শুরু হয়। তো এর উপশম হিসাবে কি বলা হয়েছে, ওষুধ বলা হয়েছে। এই ওষুধগুলো বলছে যে অর্কমূল, অপাং বৃক্ষ, সমীলতা, টগর ফুল ইত্যাদি বিভিন্ন রকমের ফুল গাছের মূল রয়েছে, যেগুলোকে একসঙ্গে আলোড়িত করে সেই ব্যক্তিকে দিলে তার সুখ উৎপন্ন হবে। তো যাই হোক, এই রকম ভাবে আরো বলা হয়েছে যে যখন রক্তে বিষ প্রবেশ করবে তখন কি ওষুধ রয়েছে তার। তো বলা হচ্ছে যে উশিরানু লেপন, চন্দন, টগর ফুল, নিশিন্দা গাছের মূল, গোলমরিচ ইত্যাদি একসঙ্গে মিশিয়ে সেই ব্যক্তিকে দিলে তার উপশম হয়। তো আমার বক্তব্য যেটা, যদি একজন সাপে কামড়েছে যে ব্যক্তিকে, তো তার হাতে তো খুব কম সময় থাকে, তো তাকে দ্রুত চিকিৎসা দিতে হয়। ভবিষ্য পুরাণেও বলছে যে বিষার্তম ন উপেক্ষা পরিতম তো চিকিৎসা, মানে সাপে কামড়ানো ব্যক্তিকে দ্রুত চিকিৎসা দাও তবেই সে বাঁচবে। কিন্তু এখানে যে চিকিৎসা পদ্ধতিটা বলা হয়েছে সেটা অনেক দীর্ঘ সময় সাপেক্ষ, এবং এই সমস্ত উপকরণ হয়তো আমাদের হাতের সামনে পাওয়া না যেতেও পারে সবসময়। তাই আমাদের কি করণীয় সেটা হলো যত দ্রুত সেই ব্যক্তিকে সরকারি হসপিটালে নিয়ে যাওয়া যাবে এবং তার চিকিৎসা করা যাবে, তার ফলে সে বাঁচবে। কিন্তু তাহলে কি এই ভবিষ্য পুরাণের যে চিকিৎসা পদ্ধতি এটার কোনো মূল্য নেই আজকের দিনে? না, বলা হচ্ছে যে মূল্য রয়েছে। বলছে এমন অনেক গ্রামীণ অঞ্চল, আদিবাসী সম্প্রদায় অধ্যুষিত অঞ্চল যেখানে কিন্তু এখনো কোনো হসপিটাল নেই, বৈজ্ঞানিক চিকিৎসা এখনো দিতে পারে না। বলছে সেখানে কিন্তু এটাই তাদের প্রাণদায়ী, জীবনদায়ী পদ্ধতি হিসাবে ব্যবহৃত হয়। তো যাই হোক, খুব সময় সংক্ষেপের জন্য আমি আরো যে সমস্ত আমার তথ্য রয়েছে সেগুলো এখানে দিতে পারলাম না। আমি অবশ্যই যে ফুল পেপার হবে সেখানে ফুল পেপারে এটা দেব। ধন্যবাদ।
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Supriya Pramanik ji, I think you have taken a topic comparative study between Sarpadashta Paddhati in Bhavishya Purana, Ayurveda, and modern
Yes, sir.
medicine. Very, very nice, sir. Though I could not follow. Wonderful paper. Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Dr.
এটা
Panikrai, please
পূর্বম,
call.
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ
Dr.
এটা
Panikrai, please
পূর্বম,
call Shumita Mondol.
ডক্টর সুমিতা মন্ডল, ডক্টর
Yes, sir.
সুমিতা মন্ডল, আয়ুর্বেদম, ডক্টর সুমিতা মন্ডল।
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, very much.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Honorable resource persons, respected chairperson and coordinator, and dear colleagues and research scholars participating in this webinar, I, Dr. Shumita Mondol, Assistant Professor SANSKRIT, Khandra College, Paschim Bardhaman, West Bengal, do hereby present the gist of my paper entitled Ayurveda for Well-being of Beings, a Study. Ayurveda, the ancient natural scientific healthcare system of medicine originated in India thousands of years ago, is an intricate system of healing. Its main objective is to achieve optimal health and well-being through a comprehensive approach that addresses mind, body, behavior, and environment. Today, if one acknowledges the efficacy of yoga in today's busy world, Ayurveda is not too far. Both are complementary to each other. The private application of yoga therapy as opposed to physical therapy or asana therapy needs to include some use of Ayurveda. Like yoga, Ayurveda emphasizes the refinement of the body, breath, and consciousness towards the state of Satya, which is related to the word for truth, Sat. Ayurveda, as old as the Vedas and are thousands and thousands of years old, known as the sister science to yoga, is an ancient science that is holistic in nature. Holistic principles state that there is a unity and oneness in the universe and all is connected. The basis of holism within Ayurveda is embodied within the concept of Panchamahabhutas, the five-element theory. States that the Panchamahabhutas, ether, air, fire, water, and earth, are the foundation of existence. They are contained in all animate and inanimate entities. The main focus of Ayurveda is to focus on our life in between the emotional and physical self. In Ayurveda, there are two types of medicines, those which promote resistance of the body and promote vitality, and those which cure diseases. Preventive measures encompass a broad variety of regimens. Shastravrita is personal hygiene that includes toothbrushing, mouthwash, tongue scraping, bathing, exercising, eating, etc., and so on. According to the Charak Samhita, well-being is a disease-free state to be pursued for the attainment of virtue, wealth, and gratification. According to Sustrita, a healthy person is one whose dosas are in balance, whose appetite is good, whose dhatus are functioning normally, and whose physiology, mind, and senses are always full of bliss. Nowadays, our global world is passing hard times with the threat of novel coronavirus, which, while we are engaged in an unprecedented battle against COVID-19, which has claimed force of lives around the globe so far, and when no one knows the aftermath of this pandemic and when it is going to end. In this crisis too, we can take recourse to the Ayurveda. Ayurveda encourages us to find the love in ourselves instead of comparing ourselves to other people. It wants us to understand that we are truly unique and is designed so that we approach our individual life in the most tailored way possible. In spite of various problems and difficulties detrimental to the cause of globalization of Ayurveda, the century Okay, the century-old wisdom, Ayurvedic medicine is flourishing nowadays at global level gradually to keep us hale and healthy and wealthy, fit and fine. So let us all try and get benefit of Ayurveda following Dinacharya, Ritucharya, Ahara, Rashayana, Yoga, Pranayama, etc. in our day-to-day life to continue our journey from being and well-being for our benefit of our own self as well as our society. Thank you. Stay home and stay safe.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sumita ji. You presented a very valuable insights. Culled out from the Samhitas, you talked about complementary nature between yoga and Ayurveda. You talked about the answers for pandemic in Ayurveda. Very nice. Thank you very much for your valuable paper. Next speaker, sir. Vishweshwar ji.
Next, Uttam Pahadi वर्तते. Uttam Pahadi.
I think he is not here.
विशाल भारद्वाज. Next विशाल भारद्वाज वर्तते वा न? विशाल भारद्वाज.
Next.
Swagata D. Tabhare.
No, he will not present today.
Okay.
Pankaj Kumar Singh. Present or not? Pankaj Kumar Singh. Nasti, manyate nasti.
Dr. Poddar, are you here? Dr. Panu Poddar, are you here?
You may call upon other delegates.
Dipankar Mishra, are you here? No.
Nihilesh Burma.
No, he is not there.
तर्हि अत्रैव समाप्यते.
आम्.
अस्तु, तत्र एकं वाक्यं वदामि. एतावत्पर्यन्तं 12 अध्यापकाः शोधच्छात्राश्च अस्मिन् सत्रे पत्राणि प्रस्तुतवत्यश्च वस्तुतः संस्कृतसाहित्ये रामायणादिषु आयुर्वेदतत्त्वं कथमिति एवं deeper aspects like Khuddaka Chatuspada from Ayurveda, and also some insights with regard to mental health, and also the Ashtanindita Purusha, then Padartha Samiksha, then Chikitsa Tattvam, then the treatment for snake bites. Now Dr. Sumita ji spoken about very valuable insights of the well-being. All these things are very, very valuable. Each and every paper is giving excellent information to know better about Ayurveda and its principles. I think following all this, definitely we can maintain our health intact. Definitely these things are very much helpful to us. And I congratulate and thank all the paper presenters in this session. At the same time, I would like to congratulate Dr. Maitri ji for patiently coordinating the session alongside Shri Vishweshwar Panigrahi ji. And thank you very much once again for giving me this opportunity.
Thanks to you, sir. Also, I'm not doctor, sir. Stay happy and safe, and keep connected with us. Thank you.
Definitely. Namaskar.
परिशेषे सर्वेभ्यः साधुवादं विज्ञाप्य अस्मिन् चर्चासत्रे अत्रैव अस्माभिः परिसमाप्यते. पत्रवाचनम् अत्रैव समाप्यते. जयतु सर.
न क्षम्यतां महाभागाः तु धन्यवादं तत्र प्रदातुं मौमिता महोदयाः तत्र सन्नद्धाः सन्ति. सन्ति एव.
Hello. Hello.
आम् श्रूयते.
Good noon once again, everyone, to the one and all present here. In this technical session of this webinar, I extend my gratitude and hearty vote of thanks to our chairperson, Professor J.R.S. Prasad, HOD of Sanskrit Studies, Hyderabad University, for gracing today's webinar. Thank you, sir, for your very interesting and thought-provoking address. I would like to thank Professor J.R.S. Prasad to take out time from his busy schedule to grace the event. Thank you for inspiring and encouraging us with your words on this special day. A special thanks to co-ordinator in this technical session, Professor Vishweshwar Panigrahi, to make this webinar successful. I congratulate to all the paper presenters for their paper presentation and active participation. Today's webinar was full of knowledge and interesting things. It gave deep insights into the topic and also revealed some interesting facts. Ayurveda blends our modern lifestyle and health-oriented habits with the ancient wisdom of using natural substance, medicines, and herbs to help us lead a healthy, happy, stress-free, and disease-free life. The word Ayurveda is made of two words, Ayu and Veda, already explained by Professor Brajokishore Swain. Ayu does not mean just life. Instead, it means Sarirendriya Sattatma Sangyoga. Thank you everyone once again for making this webinar a great success. I would end my speech here.
Thanks to all of you. So here we conclude. দশবাদনে, সার্ধ দশবাদনে।